There is a harbor in Hawaii where the water runs unusually still in the early morning hours, the kind of still that feels almost deliberate, like the ocean itself is holding its breath. If you stand at the edge of the white marble memorial that floats above the rusted bones of a battleship, and if you look down through the clear green water on a quiet morning, you can still see the hull. It has not moved in more than 80 years. Oil still rises from it. Slow, black drops that reach the surface and spread into small rainbow circles before disappearing. The sailors call it the Tears of the Arizona, and there are historians who will tell you, with some confidence, that the ship still holds more than 900 men inside it. They chose to leave them there. That is where this story ends. But the story begins somewhere else entirely. In meeting rooms in Tokyo, in the rice paddies of Manchuria, in the oil fields of the Dutch East Indies, in the mathematics of fuel consumption and carrier range and torpedo depth. It begins with economics and empire. It begins with the country that believed the only path forward was the one that required it to go to war with the most powerful navy on the planet, and that the only chance of winning that war was to strike so fast, so completely, and so unexpectedly that the enemy would not recover in time to matter. This is the full naval story of Pearl Harbor, not the simplified version you learned in school, not the cleaned-up 60-second segment from a newsreel, not the Hollywood dramatization where the music tells you exactly how to feel. This is the version built from naval logs, diplomatic cables, fleet composition records, and the accounts of men who were there, on both sides of the attack. This is the version that asks uncomfortable questions about intelligence failures, strategic miscalculations, and the almost surreal distance between what Washington believed was happening in the Pacific and what was actually happening in the Pacific. We will cover 15 chapters in total across this documentary. Each chapter is designed to give you the full weight of one piece of this story, its causes, its mechanics, its consequences. Some chapters will feel quiet. Some will carry a heaviness that stays with you. If you are watching this to relax, that is exactly what this space is designed for. The narration will stay steady and measured throughout, but we will never sand the edges off the history to make it easier to hear. That would be a disservice to the men whose names are still legible on the wall panels at the memorial. So settle in. This is going to take a while, and that is entirely the point. If you find value in this kind of deep, unhurried, thoroughly researched history, please subscribe before we go further. It takes a significant amount of work to build something like this, and your support is what makes the next one possible. Leave a comment below telling us where you are watching from. We get viewers from every continent, and that never stops being remarkable in the best possible way. Now, let us begin at the beginning. Not the 7th of December, 1941. Earlier than that. Much earlier. Chapter 1. The Pacific Before the Storm. Empire, Oil, and the Road to War. To understand Pearl Harbor, you have to start with a map specifically. The map that Japanese military planners were staring at in the 1930s, and the problem that map presented them with every single morning. Japan is a set of islands. It has almost no domestic oil. It has almost no iron ore in quantities sufficient for industrial warfare. It has very little rubber, very little aluminum bauxite, very limited arable land relative to its population. For a country that had been modernizing at an extraordinary pace since the Meiji Restoration of 1868, building warships, constructing railways, expanding its army into a modern combined arms force. This geographic and geological reality was not merely inconvenient. It was existential. A modern military machine runs on fuel, and Japan, by the late 1930s, was burning through imported oil at a rate that its strategic planners found deeply alarming. More than 80% of Japan's oil came from the United States. Read that number again and let it sit for a moment. The country that Japan was moving toward conflict with was the same country supplying the fuel that kept its navy at sea. This was the structural contradiction at the center of Japanese grand strategy. For nearly a decade before the first bomb fell on Pearl Harbor, Japan's leadership was not monolithic. There were factions within the army, factions within the navy, factions within the civilian government, and they disagreed profoundly about what to do about this contradiction. But the dominant strand of thinking, particularly after the militarist factions consolidated their influence through the mid-1930s, was expansion, specifically expansion southward, into Southeast Asia, into the colonial territories controlled by Britain, France, and the Netherlands, where the oil fields of the Dutch East Indies and the rubber plantations of Malaya sat waiting, apparently ripe for the taking. The logic was brutal in its simplicity. If Japan could seize those resources before the Western powers could stop it, the dependency on American oil would be broken. Japan would be economically self-sufficient. It could prosecute its wars in China without the constant anxiety of watching the fuel gauges. The war in China is the other piece of context that is absolutely essential here, and it is one that Western-focused histories of Pearl Harbor sometimes minimize to the point of distortion. Japan had been fighting in China since the Marco Polo Bridge incident of July 1937, though its involvement in Manchuria went back even further, to the manufactured pretext of 1931, known as the Manchurian Incident. By 1941, the China campaign had been grinding on for more than 4 years. It had consumed enormous quantities of men, materiel, and most critically, fuel. The Japanese army had taken major Chinese cities, Shanghai, Nanjing, Wuhan, Canton. But the Chinese government under Chiang Kai-shek had simply retreated into the interior, to Chongqing, and refused to capitulate. The war was not ending. It was bleeding Japan slowly. And the United States, along with Britain, was supplying aid to Chiang's government through the Burma Road, a grinding mountain supply route that Japanese military planners viewed as both an insult and an obstacle. By 1940, the strategic picture had shifted dramatically in ways that both opened opportunities and created new dangers for Japan. The fall of France in June 1940 left French Indochina, modern-day Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos, effectively without a metropolitan power capable of defending it. Japan moved in, first politically and then militarily, securing bases in northern Indochina in September 1940. This was not simply aggression for its own sake. From Indochina, Japanese forces could threaten Malaya, the Philippines, and the Dutch East Indies, with air power and naval projection that had previously been out of reach. The United States responded with economic measures, export controls, then an aviation fuel embargo in July 1940, then broader restrictions. The relationship between Washington and Tokyo was deteriorating with a momentum that, in retrospect, appears almost impossible to have reversed. The Tripartite Pact of September 1940 formally aligned Japan with Germany and Italy, cementing in American strategic thinking the idea that the conflicts in Europe and the Pacific were linked. President Franklin Roosevelt had already been working to support Britain in its struggle against Germany, and the alliance between Tokyo and Berlin gave him both a political problem: how to manage the growing war in the Atlantic while watching the Pacific with increasing anxiety, and a strategic one. The United States Pacific Fleet was based at San Diego until early 1940, when Roosevelt ordered it relocated to Pearl Harbor in Hawaii. This was a deliberate signal to Japan, a forward deployment of American naval power designed to function as a deterrent. Whether it functioned that way is a question historians have been arguing about ever since. What is certain is that from the perspective of Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, the commander of Japan's combined fleet, the move made Pearl Harbor the most important single target in the Pacific. Yamamoto is one of the most complex figures in this entire story. And it is worth pausing on him here because his roles in planning the Pearl Harbor attack is so central that it is easy to mythologize him, to turn him into either a villain or, as some post-war American accounts did, a tragic realist who understood that Japan was walking into a catastrophe. The truth is more complicated. Yamamoto had spent time in the United States. He studied at Harvard and served as a naval attaché in Washington. And he had a more accurate understanding of American industrial capacity than almost any other senior Japanese officer. He is documented as having told Prime Minister Fumimaro Konoe, in terms that were not ambiguous, that in the first 6 to 12 months of a war with the United States and Britain, he could run wild and win victory after victory, but that if the war continued beyond that, he had no expectation of success. This was not modesty. This was a structural assessment of comparative industrial power. Yamamoto knew. He planned the attack anyway. That tension between knowing and proceeding runs through every chapter of this story. The plan that Yamamoto conceived, developed through much of 1941, with the assistance of his staff officers, was built on a single audacious premise: that if the United States Pacific Fleet could be crippled in a single surprise blow, Japan would have the 6 to 12 months of operational freedom it needed to consolidate its conquests in Southeast Asia, fortify a defensive perimeter across the Central Pacific, and present the Americans with a strategic situation so costly to reverse that Washington might negotiate rather than fight a full-scale war of reconquest. The plan required achieving total surprise. It required a carrier force of unprecedented size. It required crossing more than 3,000 miles of open ocean without being detected, and it required attacking on a Sunday morning when American naval readiness was at its weekly low point. Every one of those requirements was met. That is the most chilling sentence in this entire documentary. American intelligence in late 1941 was not blind. Magic, the signals intelligence program that had broken Japan's diplomatic cipher, was providing Washington with a steady stream of decoded Japanese communications. Analysts knew that Japan was preparing for a major military move. They knew negotiations in Washington between Secretary of State Cordell Hull and Japanese Ambassador Kichisaburo Nomura were reaching a point of collapse. They knew Japanese forces were massing in Indochina, pointing toward Malaya and the Philippines. What they did not know, or more precisely, what the analytical apparatus failed to correctly synthesize, was the specific target. The consensus in Washington was that Japan would strike southward into British and Dutch territory, and that the Philippines was the most likely American target. Hawaii was considered too far, too difficult, too operationally ambitious for the Japanese Navy. That assessment was wrong, in a way that cost more than 2,400 lives in a single morning. There is a historiographical debate that has run for decades about whether American leadership, and specifically whether President Roosevelt himself, had advanced knowledge of the Pearl Harbor attack and chose not to act on it in order to force American public opinion into accepting war. This is sometimes called the backdoor to war thesis. The serious scholarly consensus, grounded in the full declassification of American and Japanese records over the post-war decades, does not support it. What the records do show is a catastrophic failure of intelligence integration. Information existed in various agencies and commands that, if assembled correctly, might have pointed more specifically toward Hawaii. It was not assembled correctly. Bureaucratic silos, analytical assumptions that hardened into blind spots, and the sheer volume of signals traffic all contributed to a failure that was institutional rather than conspiratorial. But that conclusion is far less satisfying than the conspiracy, which is probably why the debate has never fully ended. By late November 1941, the pieces were all in motion. In Washington, the Hull Note, the final American diplomatic communication to Japan, delivered on the 26th of November, laid out terms for a comprehensive settlement that included Japanese withdrawal from China and Indochina, terms that Tokyo found completely unacceptable and interpreted as an ultimatum. On that same day, the 26th of November 1941, Vice Admiral Chuichi Nagumo's strike force, the Kido Butai, weighed anchor from Hitokapu Bay in the Kurile Islands and disappeared into the North Pacific. 6 aircraft carriers, 2 battleships, 3 cruisers, 9 destroyers, 8 tankers, more than 400 aircraft, all of it moving south and east, under strict radio silence, under strict emissions control, into waters that no major naval force had ever used as an approach to Hawaii, precisely because they were so reliably stormy. The storm was their cover. The storm was their friend. Somewhere in the grey North Pacific, in late November of 1941, the clock began its final count. Chapter 2. The Architect of the Plan, Yamamoto and the Birth of Operation Z. There is a detail about Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto that tends to get lost in the larger story, and it matters more than it might appear. His name was not always Yamamoto. He was born Isoroku Takano in 1984, that is, Meiji 17, in the town of Nagaoka in Niigata Prefecture. He was adopted at age 32 by the Yamamoto family, in keeping with a Japanese practice of continuing family names that might otherwise die out. The name Isoroku means 56, in an archaic form of Japanese, referring to his father's age at the time of his birth. His father was 56 years old when Yamamoto was born. It is the kind of biographical detail that seems irrelevant until you realize that Yamamoto himself was fond of noting it, that he carried this numerical name with a particular dry humor, and that the man who planned the most ambitious naval airstrike in history was someone who understood that numbers, fuel consumption, aircraft range, carrier speed, torpedo run distances were not abstractions. They were the material from which wars were built or broken. Yamamoto's strategic thinking about carrier aviation was not born in a flash of inspiration. It developed over years of careful observation and institutional combat. Not combat with an enemy, but with the dominant faction of the Japanese naval establishment, which was the battleship faction, the Kantai Kessen adherents who believed that the decisive naval battle of any future war would be fought by battleships in a classic line of battle engagement somewhere in the Western Pacific, where Japan's interior lines would give it an advantage over an American fleet that had crossed the ocean to fight. This was the plan that Japan's Naval War College had been refining for decades. It was a plan built on the lessons of Tsushima, the Battle of May 1905, where the Japanese fleet under Admiral Togo Haihahiro had annihilated the Russian Baltic fleet in one of the most decisive naval engagements in modern history. Tsushima's shadow fell very long over Japanese naval thinking, perhaps too long. Yamamoto looked at carrier aviation and saw something different. The possibility of projecting striking power over distances that made the old concept of the battle line irrelevant. He had watched the British carrier attack on the Italian fleet at Taranto in November 1940, when a small number of antiquated swordfish torpedo biplanes from HMS Illustrious had sunk or disabled 3 Italian battleships in their harbour at a cost of 2 aircraft. He studied Taranto carefully. His staff studied it carefully. The lesson was clear. A fleet in harbour was not safe merely because it was in harbour. The lesson from Taranto was then adapted, refined, and amplified. The Italian harbour at Taranto was relatively shallow, about 14 meters deep, and shallower torpedo attacks required specially modified torpedoes with wooden stabilizing fins to prevent them from diving too deep on entry and running into the bottom before they could arm themselves and strike a target. The harbour at Pearl Harbor was even shallower, roughly 12 meters in the anchorage areas. This was considered by many Japanese naval officers. To make a torpedo attack there essentially impossible. Yamamoto's staff solved the problem. It took most of 1941, but they solved it. The man most directly responsible for translating Yamamoto's concept into a workable operational plan was Commander Minoru Genda, the aviation staff officer assigned to work out the tactical details. Genda was 36 years old in 1941, already recognized as one of the most innovative tactical minds in Japanese naval aviation. He had studied fighter operations, understood the interaction between fighter escort and strike aircraft, and had a comprehensive view of what carrier aviation was capable of achieving if concentrated and coordinated properly. Genda's analysis was unequivocal. The attack should use all 6 of Japan's fleet carriers simultaneously, concentrating maximum striking power. It should use a mixed force of torpedo bombers, level bombers, and dive bombers, with fighter escorts to suppress American airfields and prevent an organized defense. And it had to achieve surprise. If surprise was lost, Genda assessed, the operation would become extraordinarily costly and might fail entirely. Everything, the route, the timing, the communications discipline, the weather routing, was built around that single requirement. The commander who would actually lead the air groups in the attack was Commander Mitsuo Fushida, the air group commander selected to coordinate the aerial strike. Fushida had extensive combat experience over China and was considered one of the most capable aviators in the Japanese Navy. He was also, by his own later account, deeply committed to the success of the mission as a matter of professional pride and national duty, a combination that made him an effective leader for a mission that required both technical precision and aggressive execution. Fushida would fly in the lead aircraft of the first wave, and it would be his voice on the radio that transmitted the attack signal. The 2 words that, in Japanese naval code, meant that surprise had been achieved. We will come back to that moment. It deserves its own chapter, and it will get one. The selection of the North Pacific route to Hawaii was one of the most consequential decisions in the entire planning process, and it was not obvious or uncontested. The more direct southern route offered calmer seas and easier at sea refueling, a critical concern, since the destroyers in the strike force had limited range and would need to be refueled at sea. A difficult operation in any conditions, and a genuinely dangerous one in the heavy swells of the North Pacific in late November and December. The northern route was chosen precisely because it was difficult. Japanese naval planners assumed, correctly, that American patrol patterns in the Pacific did not extend into the North Pacific corridor in any systematic way. The route through rough weather was the route through unobserved water. This was the same logic that the German Navy had used in routing Atlantic convoys away from air coverage. The most dangerous water, paradoxically, was often the safest route. Communications discipline on the passage was maintained at a level that was, by the standards of 1941 naval operations, genuinely extraordinary. The Kido Butai maintained strict radio silence for the entire passage from Hitokapu Bay to maintain the deception that the fleet was still in home waters. A separate unit of radio operators at the Kuri Naval Base continued transmitting traffic on the carrier's usual frequencies, simulating normal operational communications. American Signals Intelligence monitored Japanese naval radio traffic throughout this period and reported that they had lost track of the Japanese carrier fleet. This was a warning of a kind, it was noted. It was not acted on in any meaningful way that changed the alert status at Pearl Harbor. The reasons for that failure of integration between the signal's intelligence picture and the operational commands in the Pacific remain a subject of serious scholarly discussion, and we will return to them. The weapons developed specifically for the Pearl Harbor attack deserve attention here, because they represent one of the most concentrated examples of technical problem solving under time pressure in the entire war. The shallow water torpedo modification. The addition of specially designed wooden stabilizing fins to the Type 91 aerial torpedo was tested repeatedly at Kagoshima Bay in southern Kyushu, which had a harbor profile considered similar to Pearl Harbor. The modifications kept the torpedo from diving below roughly 12 meters on water entry, allowing it to run true at the correct depth to strike the hull of a battleship. The development of armor-piercing bombs from modified 14-inch and 16-inch battleship shells was a separate technical project intended to penetrate the armored decks of American battleships that horizontal bombing from high altitude might otherwise fail to damage critically. Both programs were essentially completed by October 1941, which set the practical deadline for launching the attack before the winter weather in the North Pacific made the passage too unreliable. Training for the attack was conducted at a level of intensity that stressed both men and machines. Air groups practiced torpedo runs at very low altitude, at very high speed, in formations designed to attack from multiple angles simultaneously. To overwhelm the anti-aircraft defenses of a target and prevent defenders from focusing fire on a single approaching aircraft, dive bomber crews practiced angle of dive calculations and bomb release timing against mocked-up targets. Fighter pilots practiced strafing runs against ground targets. The American airfields on Oahu were considered as important as the ships because the combat air patrol from those fields was potentially the greatest threat to the returning strike aircraft. The emphasis on destroying American air power on the ground was a lesson drawn directly from Germany's opening operations against Poland in 1939 and France in 1940. The principle that air superiority, once achieved in the first minutes of a campaign, could be held throughout the critical initial phase. By the end of November 1941, the Kido Butai was at sea, and the plan that had been conceived in an admiral's study, argued over in conference rooms, tested at sea and in harbour, and refined through 9 months of intensive preparation, was now in the hands of the North Pacific and the weather and the iron discipline of several thousand sailors and aviators who had been told almost nothing about where they were going. Most of the crew of those 6 carriers knew only that they were on an important mission. Many assumed the Philippines. Some guessed Midway. A very small number of officers knew the truth. They knew they were going to Pearl Harbor, and they knew that when they arrived, nothing in the Pacific would ever be the same again. Chapter 3. The Kido Butai, 6 Carriers and the Machine of War. When historians write about the Kido Butai, the Japanese carrier strike force that attacked Pearl Harbor, they tend to describe it in the language of statistics. 6 carriers, 414 aircraft, 2 battleships, 3 cruisers, 9 destroyers, 8 tankers. Those numbers are accurate, and they are important, but they do not quite capture what it was actually like to be part of this fleet, moving across the North Pacific in late November and early December of 1941, in some of the worst sea conditions those waters routinely produce. The historian Gordon Prange, who spent decades researching the Pearl Harbor attack and interviewed scores of participants on both sides, assembled accounts that give you a sense of the physical reality. Decks pitching so severely that the smaller destroyers were taking green water over their bows continuously. The refueling at sea, conducted in conditions where a single mistake with a fuel line could cascade into disaster. Men sleeping in their clothes, because there was no knowing when a weather alert might require immediate action. This was not a comfortable passage. It was an endurance test, and it was passed. The flagship of the Kido Butai was the carrier Akagi, which translates approximately as Red Castle, a name taken from a mountain in Gunma Prefecture. Akagi was a conversion. She had been laid down as a battle cruiser under the Washington Naval Treaty's allocation, then redesigned as a carrier when the treaty's terms made completing her as a battlecruiser impractical. She was large by the standards of her time, displacing roughly 36,900 tons at full load, and her flight deck was unusual in that it retained, for a time, a lower forward flight deck built over her original battlecruiser bow, a design feature that was eventually removed, but that gave her an unusual silhouette. She carried approximately 66 aircraft in her air group for the Pearl Harbor operation. Her captain was Kiichi Hasegawa, and her air group commander was the senior aviator of the entire strike force, Commander Mitsuo Fuchida, who would fly from Akagi's deck on the morning of the 7th of December. The second carrier in the force was Kaga, Akagi's partner in Carrier Division 1, the first of Japan's carrier divisions, which had the most combat-experienced air groups. Kaga had also begun life as something other than a carrier. She had been laid down as a battleship and converted under the same Washington Treaty pressures that reshaped Akagi. She was, if anything, slightly larger than Akagi and somewhat slower. Her engines had been the subject of periodic criticism within the Japanese Navy for being less powerful than her size required. She carried approximately 72 aircraft for the Pearl Harbor mission, making her, by aircraft capacity, the largest single carrier in the strike force. The two carriers of Carrier Division 2 were Soryu and Hiryu, smaller, faster, more modern ships that had been designed from the keel up as carriers. Soryu displaced approximately 15,900 tons and could make roughly 34 knots in ideal conditions, which was fast enough to be genuinely difficult for surface ships to track. Hiryu was a near sister to Soryu, but incorporated modifications that slightly increased her beam and altered her island structure placement. She was the only Japanese carrier of the period with her island on the port side rather than the starboard side, a design choice that had been made to improve aircraft handling patterns and was never repeated. The final pair of carriers, Carrier Division 5's Shokaku and Zuikaku, were the newest and in many respects the most capable ships in the strike force. They had been commissioned in August and September of 1941 respectively, which meant they were less than 3 months old when they sorted for Pearl Harbor. They were large, fast, well protected for carriers of their era, and capable of carrying approximately 84 aircraft each. The air groups assigned to Shokaku and Zuikaku were, ironically, considered the least experienced in the strike force. The ships were simply too new to have built the same depth of operational experience as the Carrier Division 1 and 2 air groups. This would matter in ways that became apparent only later in the war. But for the Pearl Harbor operation, the experience gap was managed by integrating the Carrier Division 5 air groups into a coordinated strike plan, where the more experienced units led the most technically demanding elements of the attack. The battleships accompanying the Kido Butai, Hiei, and Kirishima were a pair of Kongo-class fast battleships, converted from battlecruisers and rebuilt extensively during the 1930s to increase their speed and protection. They served a dual function in the strike force as heavy surface escorts capable of protecting the carriers against any surface threat that might appear, and as symbols of the seriousness of the operation. The Japanese Navy did not commit 2 battleships to an operation it considered a sideshow. The cruisers, Tone and Chikuma from the heavy cruiser contingent, and Abakuma as the light cruiser flagship of the destroyer screen, had additional tasks beyond escort. Tone and Chikuma each carried floatplane reconnaissance aircraft that were launched ahead of the strike force on the morning of the 7th to conduct pre-attack reconnaissance over Pearl Harbor and confirm that the American fleet was still there. This was a critical intelligence requirement. If the fleet had sortied overnight, the entire operational plan would have required immediate reconsideration. The logistics of moving this fleet across the North Pacific while maintaining operational security were staggering. 8 tankers accompanied the force, and refueling at sea in North Pacific conditions was conducted under rules that prioritized the large carriers and battleships over the destroyers, precisely because the destroyers' fuel consumption was high relative to their tank capacity. Several of the destroyers ran dangerously low on fuel during the passage, and there were serious discussions among the fleet staff about whether the worst affected destroyers might need to be detached and allowed to fall behind. They were not detached. The passage was completed, but the fuel situation throughout the voyage was tight in a way that added a constant low-level operational anxiety to the Enterprise. The air groups themselves, the human core of this machine, had been training specifically for the Pearl Harbor mission for months, though most of the aviators did not know that their training was mission-specific until the final briefings at sea. The torpedo bomber crews had practiced their modified shallow water runs so many times at Kagoshima Bay that the technique was, by late November, close to automatic. The level bomber crews had trained on the modified armor-piercing bombs to the point where the release timing calculations for a horizontal attack from 3,000 meters were ingrained. The dive bomber crews had their angle of attack profiles calibrated for the specific targets they would encounter. The fighter pilots, flying the Mitsubishi A6M0, the most capable carrier fighter in the Pacific at the time, with a range and maneuverability that consistently surprised American pilots who encountered it, had been briefed on the layout of the American airfields on Oahu: Wheeler Field, Hickam Field, Bellows Field, Iwa Marine Corps Air Station. The strafing attack on American air power on the ground was not an afterthought. It was a primary mission objective. The Zero fighter deserves a specific note here because it is so central to the tactical success of the attack, and because its capabilities are sometimes oversimplified in both directions, either as an unstoppable machine or as a fragile overrated design. The A6M20, the variant used at Pearl Harbor, had a maximum speed of roughly 533 kilometers per hour at altitude, an operational range of more than 3,000 kilometers with a drop tank, an exceptional maneuverability at the low and medium speeds, where dogfighting most commonly occurred. It achieved these performance characteristics by accepting almost no structural protection for the pilot and no self-sealing fuel tanks, trade-offs that made it devastating when it was the attacker and deeply vulnerable when it was the defender. For the Pearl Harbor mission, where the Zeros would be attacking airfields and providing escort for the strike aircraft, those trade-offs were entirely acceptable. The vulnerabilities would become catastrophically apparent later in the war, when American pilots learned how to fight the Zero on terms that negated its maneuverability. The final days before the attack were spent in a kind of controlled tension that comes through in Japanese accounts of the passage with remarkable consistency. The fleet had maintained strict radio silence. There had been no contact with other vessels. The weather had been brutal, but had not stopped the passage. On the evening of the 6th of December, as the Kido Butai reached its final approach position, roughly 230 miles north of Oahu, the operational briefings that the air groups had received were supplemented by line intelligence from Japanese consular agents in Honolulu, transmitted through Tokyo's diplomatic network, confirming the positions of American ships in Pearl Harbor. 8 battleships were present, no aircraft carriers. That last fact, no aircraft carriers, was the operational disappointment that Vice Admiral Nagumo's staff absorbed without outward reaction. The carriers were what they most wanted. The carriers were gone, but 8 battleships represented the backbone of the American Pacific Fleet's surface striking power, and the strike would proceed as planned. Chapter 4, Battleship Row. the geometry of destruction. To understand what happened to Battleship Row on the morning of the 7th of December, 1941, you first need to understand what Battleship Row was, not as a shorthand for American naval power struck down, but as a physical place, a specific arrangement of very large ships in a very specific configuration that determined almost mechanically which ships would be damaged and which would be destroyed. Pearl Harbor is not a simple bay. It is a roughly oval body of water, roughly 10 kilometers from east to west and 8 kilometers from north to south at its widest, connected to the Pacific Ocean by a narrow entrance channel on the south. Inside the harbor, Ford Island sits near the center, a roughly oval piece of land, perhaps 3 kilometers long, that was used as a naval air station. It was on the western side of Ford Island that the battleships were moored, in a configuration that had become standard practice. Moored in pairs, bow to stern, along the quays of Ford Island's western shore, close together, because the harbour was not large enough to give them more room. This arrangement, practical and orderly in peacetime, became a liability the moment someone decided to attack from the air. On the morning of the 7th of December, the 7 battleships present were moored in the following configuration, reading from north to south along Battleship Row, Nevada, Arizona, with the repair ship Vestal moored outboard alongside her, Tennessee, with West Virginia moored outboard, Maryland with Oklahoma moored outboard, and California at the southern end. A 7th battleship, Pennsylvania, was in dry dock at the Navy Yard, separated from the main row. The inboard ships, Nevada, Tennessee, Maryland, had the outboarder ships between them and the open water of the harbor, which meant that torpedo aircraft approaching from the southeast would primarily target the outboard ships. Arizona, West Virginia, Oklahoma, California. The inboard ships were at least partially shielded by the hulls of their neighbors. This geometry did not save anyone entirely, but it determined the pattern of damage that the first wave would inflict. Arizona was moored at Quayfox 7, with Vestal alongside. She was a Pennsylvania-class battleship, commissioned on the 17th of October, 1916. She had missed the First World War by months. Commissioned just after the Battle of Jutland had, in some ways, already rendered her design philosophy obsolete. She had been modernized in the late 1920s and early 30s. Her cage masts replaced with tripod masts, her anti-aircraft battery upgraded, her deck armor improved. At the time of the attack, she displaced approximately 32,600 tons and carried a main battery of 12 14-inch guns in 4 triple turrets. She had a crew of approximately 1,511 officers and enlisted men. It is worth sitting with that number. 1,511 people were aboard Arizona when the attack began. The harbor around her was already burning from the first torpedo hits on other ships. The men on deck could see what was coming. Some had time to reach their battle stations. Some did not. The torpedo attack on the battleship line was executed primarily by aircraft from Carrier Divisions 1 and 2. The experienced air groups of Akagi, Kaga, Soryu, and Hiryu. The approach was made from the southeast, low and fast. The modified torpedoes dropped at a very low altitude to ensure they entered the water at a shallow angle and ran true at the correct depth. Each torpedo bomber crew had a specific target assignment. The strike had been planned to maximize hits on the outboard ships, with overlapping attack angles that would be difficult for anti-aircraft gun crews to track simultaneously. The Nakajima B-5N torpedo bombers, known to the Americans by the reporting name Kate, came in at an altitude of roughly 20 to 30 meters over the water, dropped their weapons at a range of approximately 300 to 400 meters from the target, and pulled away. The modifications to the torpedoes worked. The torpedoes ran straight. West Virginia was hit by at least 7 torpedoes, possibly as many as 9. though determining exact figures from hull damage assessments is complicated by the overlap of damage patterns. Oklahoma was hit by at least 5 torpedoes in rapid succession. The nature of the hits, multiple weapons striking her port side within a short time window, caused her to begin rolling to port almost immediately. The roll continued beyond the point where counterfluiding could stop it. Oklahoma capsized. She rolled to approximately 150 degrees from vertical, her masts touching the bottom of the harbor in the shallow water, her hull exposed above the surface. 429 men died aboard Oklahoma. Hundreds more were trapped inside the capsized hull. And in one of the more extraordinary rescue efforts of the entire attack, civilian shipyard workers and Navy personnel spent hours after the attack using pneumatic drills to cut through Oklahoma's hull plates and extract trapped survivors. 32 men were pulled out alive from the capsized hull. They could hear the tapping and drilling of the men trying to reach them, and they tapped back. That is the kind of detail that does not fit neatly into the statistics. Arizona's fate was different from the other battleships, and the difference was catastrophic in a specific and technically precise way. She was struck by several bombs during the attack. The exact sequence and number remain a matter of careful historiographical analysis, but the decisive hit came from an armor-piercing bomb, converted from a 14-inch battleship shell, that struck forward of the No. 2 gun turret and penetrated through the upper decks before exploding in or immediately adjacent to the forward magazine, where the propellant charges for her forward main battery guns were stored. The resulting explosion was not simply the detonation of a bomb. It was the simultaneous ignition of hundreds of tons of propellant and ammunition. A catastrophic magazine explosion that tore the forward third of the ship apart in an event that observers described as a wall of fire and pressure that was felt on ships hundreds of meters away. Arizona sank in less than 9 minutes. 1,177 of her crew died. 78% of everyone aboard. California, at the southern end of Battleship Row, was hit by 2 torpedoes and 1 bomb. And the combination of the flooding from torpedo hits and the inefficiency of her damage control response. Her watertight integrity was compromised in part because maintenance hatches and access covers had been left open in preparation for an inspection, caused her to settle and sink slowly over the course of several days. She went down to the harbor bottom in relatively shallow water, sitting upright, which would eventually allow her to be salvaged and returned to service. West Virginia sank as well, hit by more torpedoes than any other ship in the harbor. But she too sank upright in shallow water, which would eventually allow her salvage. Nevada, at the northern end of Battleship Row, made the single most dramatic individual ship effort of the entire attack. With a skeleton crew and a single torpedo hit already in her port side, she got underway, the only battleship to do so during the attack, and began moving south through the harbor toward the entrance channel. The sight of Nevada moving under her own power caused a significant tactical reaction from the attacking Japanese aircraft. Commander Fuchida, observing the attack from above, later recalled that the second wave attack coordinator directed significant attention toward Nevada, not to sink her in the channel, where she would block the harbor entrance and trap other American ships inside, but to beach her before she reached the narrow channel. Nevada was hit by multiple bombs during this effort, her superstructure set on fire, her damage control teams fighting fires on multiple decks while she continued to move. She was eventually deliberately beached at Waipio Point to prevent her sinking in the channel. That decision, made by her commanding officer, was tactically sound and probably saved the harbor from a blockage that would have made the morning's damage significantly worse. Nevada was later refloated, repaired, and returned to service. She was present at the Normandy landings in June 1944, providing naval gunfire support. There is something in that arc, from Pearl Harbor to Normandy, that the numbers alone cannot convey. The battleships on the inside of the mooring pairs fared better, relatively speaking. Tennessee and Maryland, shielded by the hulls of West Virginia and Oklahoma respectively, were hit by bombs but not torpedoes. The bomb damage they sustained, while serious, was repairable, and both ships were operational again, within months. Pennsylvania, in dry dock at the Navy Yard, was also hit by bombs and had 2 destroyers, Cassin and Downs, ahead of her in the same dry dock, both of which were severely damaged when fires from bomb hits reached their fuel and ordnance. Pennsylvania herself survived with relatively minor damage. The pattern of destruction across Battleship Row reflected the tight planning of the attack with uncomfortable precision. The ships most exposed to torpedo attack were the ones most severely damaged, and the geometry of the mooring plan, designed for peacetime convenience, had made that exposure nearly total. The human cost across the entire harbour complex on that morning was 2,403 military personnel killed and 1,178 wounded, along with 68 civilian deaths. The majority of the military deaths occurred in the first 15 minutes of the attack. Before organised resistance was possible, the attack achieved, in a narrow tactical sense, most of what it was designed to achieve. The battleship force of the American Pacific Fleet was destroyed or disabled. What it did not achieve, and what became, within months, the decisive failure of the entire strategic concept, was the destruction of the American aircraft carriers. Lexington and Enterprise were at sea. Saratoga was on the American West Coast. Not a single American carrier was in Pearl Harbor on the morning of the 7th of December, 1941. That fact, known before the attack from Japanese consular intelligence, was accepted by Nagumo and his staff as an unavoidable disappointment. It would prove to be something rather more consequential than that. Chapter 5, The Two Waves. Minute by minute. In the skies above Oahu, there is a time on the morning of the 7th of December, 1941, approximately 0753 Hawaiian Standard Time, that functions as a kind of hinge in this story, a moment before which the world was one thing and after which it was another. It is the moment that Commander Mitsuo Fuchida, flying in the lead aircraft of the first attack wave at roughly 3,000 meters above the northern coast of Oahu, transmitted the signal Tora, 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 3 repetitions of the Japanese word for tiger, back to the Kido Butai and to Combined Fleet Headquarters. In the operational code, Tora indicated that complete surprise had been achieved. The signal went back across roughly 370 kilometers of ocean to Vice Admiral Nagumo's flagship. It was relayed to Admiral Yamamoto in Japan. It was received with what the historical record describes, with Japanese understatement, as satisfaction. They had done the hardest part. They had arrived unseen. The first wave had launched from the carriers at approximately 0600 hours, roughly 230 miles north of Oahu, in conditions that were unpleasant enough that Fuchida himself later noted, in his memoir, that under normal operational guidelines, the launch would not have been permitted. The flight decks were pitching and wet. The wind was strong and cold, but the aircraft went up. 183 aircraft in the first wave, composed of 49 Nakajima B-5N level bombers, each carrying a modified armor-piercing bomb, 40 torpedo bombers, each carrying a single modified torpedo, 51 Aichi D-3A dive bombers, each carrying a 250-kilogram bomb, and 43 Zero fighters for escort and strafing. The aircraft formed up in their attack groups as they climbed, circling until the wave was assembled, and then Fuchida led them south. The flight took approximately 1 hour and 40 minutes. They flew at altitude, above a broken cloud layer, with the islands of Hawaii appearing on the horizon in the clear morning air. the approach to Oahu was not entirely undetected. At 0702, a United States Army mobile radar station at Opana Point on Oahu's north shore picked up a large return on its radar screen, a contact that the operators correctly identified as a very large number of aircraft approaching from the north at a distance of approximately 137 miles. The two operators at the station, Private Joseph Lockhart and Private George Elliott, telephoned their report to the information center at Fort Shafter, where a junior officer, First Lieutenant Kermit Tyler, took the call. Tyler had been told earlier that a flight of American B-17 bombers was expected to arrive from the mainland that morning. He assumed the radar contact was the B-17s. He told Lockhart not to worry about it. Lockhart and Elliott watched the contact on their radar screen until it disappeared in the mountainous ground return close to Oahu, approximately 22 miles out, and then they shut down the station at its scheduled time and went to breakfast. This exchange, the radar operators who saw it coming, and the officer who dismissed the warning, is one of the most studied episodes in the entire history of the Pearl Harbor attack. And it represents, in miniature, the larger failure. Information existed, it was reported, and it was filtered through an analytical assumption that made the right conclusion invisible. Fuchida's first wave divided as it approached Oahu, each group breaking off toward its assigned target. The torpedo bomber groups descended to their attack altitude, extremely low, almost wave height over the water in the final approach run, and aligned on Battleship Row from the southeast. The level bomber groups positioned themselves for their high-altitude runs. The dive bombers climbed to their release altitude above Wheeler Field and Hickam Field. The Zero fighters swept down toward the airfields in strafing runs, designed to destroy as many American aircraft on the ground as possible before any could be scrambled. The timing was designed to be essentially simultaneous, to overwhelm American defenses by presenting multiple threats from multiple directions at the same moment. It worked. The anti-aircraft guns around Pearl Harbor were not manned. The ammunition for many of them was locked in storage. The ammunition lockers were locked partly for security. There were genuine concerns about sabotage in Hawaii, which had led to security procedures that inadvertently made the base less prepared for an air attack, and partly because an air attack on Pearl Harbor was simply not considered probable that Sunday morning. The first bomb of the attack fell not on the battleships, but on the Naval Air Station at Ford Island, dropped by a dive bomber that had peeled off toward the airfield. The first torpedo hits on Battleship Row followed within seconds. West Virginia and Oklahoma were hit almost simultaneously. The anti-aircraft fire that initially came up was sporadic. Individual gun crews reaching their weapons through sheer initiative rather than organized response. Rear Admiral William Furlong, aboard the mine layer Oglala, observed the first bomb fall and immediately ordered the signal, all ships in harbor sortie, an order to get underway, before the attack had been formally identified as Japanese. Several ships attempted to get underway. Most were unable to because they were moored, damaged, or both. The scene around Ford Island in the first 10 minutes of the attack was one of those situations that is almost impossible to reconstruct from historical records in a way that fully captures its physical reality. Multiple ships on fire simultaneously, torpedo wakes visible in the water, anti-aircraft fire beginning to come up in increasing volume as crews reached their weapons. The sound of explosions overlapping, bomb hits, torpedo detonations, then the catastrophic magazine explosion of Arizona that was, by multiple accounts, physically felt by people on ships throughout the harbor and on the ground on Ford Island. Aircraft pulling away from their runs at very low altitude, burning fuel oil spreading across the water. Men in the water, men on decks, men still below decks in ships that were already flooding or capsizing. The zero strafing attacks on the airfields on Oahu were, from a pure air power destruction standpoint, highly effective. Wheeler Field, the primary Army Air Force's fighter base on Oahu, had its aircraft parked in tight rows on the apron, arranged that way specifically to guard against the sabotage that security planners had considered more probable than air attack. The tight parking arrangement that was supposed to make the aircraft easier to guard made them catastrophically vulnerable to strafing. Approximately 80% of the aircraft at Wheeler were destroyed or seriously damaged in the first attack. Hickam Field, adjacent to Pearl Harbor and home to the Army's bomber force on Oahu, suffered similarly severe losses. The few American aircraft that did get airborne during the attack, a handful of Army P-40 and P-36 fighters scrambled from Halewa Field on the North Shore, a small emergency strip that the Japanese attack plan had not specifically targeted, accounted for several Japanese aircraft shot down, but could not meaningfully influence the course of the first wave. The first wave was over, and the aircraft were pulling away to the north to return to the carriers by approximately 0825 to 0830. The second wave, 170 aircraft, launched from the carriers about 30 minutes after the first, composed primarily of dive bombers and level bombers with zero escort, arrived over Oahu at approximately 0840 to 0850 and found a very different situation from the one the first wave had encountered. The surprise was gone. American anti-aircraft fire was now organized and heavy. The adrenaline and fury of the first wave's damage had galvanized every gun crew that could reach a weapon. Second wave aircraft flew into much more intense opposition than the first wave had encountered. Several Japanese aircraft were lost to anti-aircraft fire during the second wave. The second wave's targets included the Navy Yard, the cruiser Helena, the destroyer Shaw, the battleship Nevada as she attempted to move through the harbor, and the dry dock containing Pennsylvania. The debate over a potential third strike is one of the more consequential what-if questions in all of naval history, and it deserves at least a careful framing here, even if it cannot be fully resolved. Commander Fuchida, upon returning to Akagi after observing the second wave, urged Vice Admiral Nagumo to launch a third strike, specifically targeting the fuel oil tank farm at Pearl Harbor, the dry docks, and the submarine base and repair facilities. The fuel tanks at Pearl Harbor held roughly 4.5 million barrels of oil, virtually the entire combat fuel reserve of the American Pacific Fleet. Had those tanks been destroyed, the operational capability of the American Pacific Fleet would have been compromised for potentially a year or more, beyond anything that the battleship losses represented. Nagumo declined. His reasons were practical from his perspective. His aircraft losses had been higher than expected in the second wave. The American air defense was now organized and had shot down several aircraft. The location of the American carriers was unknown, and they might be close enough to mount a counterattack against his own carriers, and his fleet was already a very long way from home. He turned north and withdrew. Whether Nagumo was right or wrong is a question that military historians have not reached consensus on. The argument that the third strike would have extended American incapacity significantly is well supported by subsequent American assessments of how dependent the Pacific Fleet was on that fuel reserve. The argument that Nagumo was facing a genuine operational risk, unknown carrier locations, mounting aircraft losses, increasing distance from Japan, is also legitimate. What is not debatable is the outcome. Nagumo's decision to withdraw without destroying the fuel infrastructure and the repair facilities meant that Pearl Harbor remained a functional naval base. Within months, it was also the base from which the ships that would win the Battle of Midway sorted. The tactical success of the 7th of December and the strategic failure of the 7th of December were, in a very real sense, the product of the same decision. The decision not to go back for a third time. Chapter 6. The Weight of Surprise. Intelligence, warnings, and what Washington knew. There is a version of the Pearl Harbor intelligence failure story that is simple and damning. The United States had broken Japan's diplomatic codes, knew that negotiations were ending, knew that Japan was going to strike somewhere, and failed to correctly interpret the warning signs pointing toward Hawaii. That version is substantially accurate, but it leaves out the layers of institutional complexity, analytical assumption, and bureaucratic friction that explain, though they do not excuse, how a failure of that magnitude was possible in a country that had invested heavily in signals intelligence and had, by late 1941, a fairly sophisticated apparatus for collecting and processing Japanese communications. The Magic Program, the American signals intelligence effort that had broken the Japanese diplomatic cipher designated Purple, had by the autumn of 1941 been producing a steady stream of decrypted Japanese Foreign Ministry communications. Washington knew, through Magic Decrypts, that Tokyo had set a deadline for diplomatic negotiations, initially the 25th of November, then extended to the 29th of November, and that after that deadline the situation would, in the language of one decrypt, automatically proceed. Washington knew that Japanese forces were gathering in Indochina, and that an operation southward was imminent. Washington knew from a combination of open-source intelligence and signals intercepts that Japanese relations with Britain and the Netherlands were also deteriorating. The consensus conclusion in Washington was that Japan was about to strike southeast, into Malaya, the Dutch East Indies, possibly the Philippines. This consensus was not unreasonable given the intelligence picture. It was wrong. General Walter Short's Hawaiian Department all operated with incomplete pictures of what the others knew. The problem was not that the intelligence did not exist. The problem was that the intelligence was distributed across institutions, that each held pieces of a puzzle they were not systematically sharing with one another. The closest thing to a unified intelligence picture existed in Washington, in the War and Navy departments, but the analytical conclusion that Washington had already reached, that Japan would strike southeast, operated as a filter through which anomalous data pointing toward Hawaii was discounted or not forwarded to the field commands. This is how institutional assumptions work in practice. They do not suppress information through deliberate conspiracy. They suppress it through the perfectly ordinary human tendency to interpret ambiguous data in ways that confirm what you already believe. Chapter 7. The Day After Infamy. Congress, Roosevelt, and the Declaration of War. On the morning of the 8th of December 1941, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt rode in a motorcade from the White House to Capitol Hill in an automobile with a bulletproof body that had been confiscated from a Chicago gangster, Al Capone, specifically because the Secret Service had no armored presidential vehicle and had obtained the gangster's car through Treasury Department asset seizure. Whether or not that specific detail of provenance is accurate in every particular is a matter of some historical debate. But the vehicle itself, the heavily armored black Lincoln, is documented. Roosevelt arrived at the Capitol to address a joint session of Congress and ask for a declaration of war against Japan. He had been working on the speech since the afternoon of the 7th. His original draft included an extended review of Japanese-American relations and the history of the negotiations. He cut most of it. What remained was 25 sentences, delivered in 7 minutes. That became one of the most listened to speeches in American broadcast history. The phrase, "a date which will live in infamy," is so thoroughly embedded in American cultural memory that it is almost impossible to hear it as something that was written and chosen by a specific person, making specific rhetorical decisions. Roosevelt's first draft used the phrase "a date which will live in world history." He crossed that out and wrote infamy by hand in the margin. The difference is not trivial. World history is neutral, descriptive, archival. Infamy carries moral weight. It places the attack in a category of deliberate wrongdoing, of treachery, of an act that condemns itself. Roosevelt understood, with the instinct of a political leader who had spent decades reading public opinion, that the American people needed not just a description of what had happened, but a moral framework for responding to it. Infamy gave them that framework. The speech was broadcast live by radio. Surveys conducted in the days following suggest that the majority of American adults with access to a radio heard it. The declaration of war passed the Senate unanimously, and the House with a single dissenting vote, cast by Representative Jeannette Rankin of Montana, a committed pacifist who had also voted against American entry into the First World War in 1917. The single dissenting vote deserves more than a footnote. Jeannette Rankin was the first woman elected to the United States Congress, having served a previous term beginning in 1917. She was not naive about war. She had lived through the First World War and had spent the intervening years as an active peace campaigner. She was not pro-Japan. She was opposed on principle to war as an instrument of national policy. She was jeered in the House chamber as she cast her no vote. She required a police escort to leave the Capitol. She never expressed regret for the vote. She was not re-elected. She lived to be 92 years old, and in 1968, at age 87, she led a march of several thousand women on the United States Capitol in protest against the Vietnam War. The detail about Net Rankin tends to appear in Pearl Harbor histories as a brief curiosity and then disappear. It should probably not disappear, because it represents something worth keeping in the record, that even in the most extreme circumstances, dissent existed, and it existed on principled grounds. Germany and Italy declared war on the United States on the 11th of December, 1941, honoring their obligations under the Tripartite Pact. This was not strategically required of them. The Pact's mutual defense provisions were specifically triggered by attacks on a signatory, not by a signatory initiating an attack. And Japan had clearly been the party that opened hostilities. Adolf Hitler declared war on the United States voluntarily, in a speech to the Reichstag that combined contempt for Roosevelt's leadership with a catalogue of American provocations in the Atlantic. The undeclared naval war that had been underway since mid-1941, the American naval escorts for convoys, the sinking of German submarines by American destroyers. Hitler believed, and the German Naval High Command had been arguing, that a formal state of war with the United States would free the German Navy to operate unrestricted in the Western Atlantic, where American coastal shipping was almost entirely unprotected. He was not wrong about the shipping vulnerability. The first months of unrestricted U-boat operations along the American East Coast were among the most successful in the entire Battle of the Atlantic, sinking Allied tonnage at rates that seriously alarmed British planners. He was wrong about everything else. The American industrial mobilization that followed the declaration of war is, in one sense, a separate story from Pearl Harbor. But it is also the most important consequence of Pearl Harbor, because it was the mobilization, more than any specific naval battle, that determined the ultimate outcome of the war. The United States in December 1941 was not yet fully mobilized, but it had been moving in that direction since the passage of the Lend-Lease Act in March 1941 and the selective service expansion that had been underway since 1940. The productive capacity that was now committed fully to war production was staggering by any comparative measure. American shipyards would eventually produce more combat vessels in a single year than Japan produced in the entire war. American aircraft factories converted from civilian production, would eventually be producing more than 90,000 aircraft per year. The industrial arithmetic that Yamamoto had cited in his conversations with Konoe was not an abstraction. It was the physical reality of what the United States was capable of, once its full productive capacity was directed toward a single purpose. At Pearl Harbor itself, the hours and days following the attack were a mixture of ongoing emergency response, damage assessment, and the peculiar administrative paralysis that follows catastrophic surprise. Admiral Kimmel was relieved of command within days. He was observing the attack from his office window and reportedly was struck by a spent .50 caliber machine gun bullet that hit him in the chest and fell harmlessly to the ground. His reported comment, "It would have been merciful had it killed me," is one of those quotes that exists in multiple versions in the historical record and cannot be definitively verified in its precise wording, though Kimmel himself did not contest the general account. He spent the rest of his life seeking a formal hearing that would allow him to contest the Navy's official findings about his responsibility for the disaster. He never received one. He died in May 1968. His family continued the effort after his death, and the legal and congressional debates about his and Short's responsibility and potential posthumous exoneration have continued for decades without final resolution. A bureaucratic tale on a catastrophe that has never fully been tied off. The investigations and inquiries that began in the days and weeks following Pearl Harbor were numerous, overlapping, and politically complicated. There were ultimately 8 official investigations into the attack between December 1941 and July 1946, the last and most comprehensive being the Joint Congressional Committee investigation that produced a report of roughly 10 volumes. Each investigation operated under different terms of reference, had access to different sets of documents, and reached somewhat different conclusions. The weight of the official findings placed primary responsibility on Kimmel and Short for failing to take adequate defensive precautions, given the warning messages they had received from Washington. The counter-argument that Washington had failed to forward the most critical intelligence to the field commanders, and that the field commanders had been given warnings ambiguous enough to support multiple interpretations, was also part of the official record, though it received less emphasis in the public summaries. The tension between those two positions has never been fully resolved to everyone's satisfaction, which is one reason the historiographical debate remains active more than 8 decades later. The survivors of the attack and the families of those who did not survive received news of what had happened through radio broadcasts and newspaper reports over the days following the 7th. Many families in the continental United States did not know the fate of their specific husband, son, or father for days or weeks as the Navy worked through casualty notifications. The notification system was slow, understaffed for the volume it was suddenly required to process, and complicated by the difficulty of identifying the dead in circumstances where some ships had suffered catastrophic explosions and fires. The Navy's mortuary affairs operation at Pearl Harbor was overwhelmed. Identifications were made using available records, dental charts, dog tags, physical descriptions, in conditions that were far from ideal. Some families waited months for official word. Some never received a definitive notification. The human administrative toll of the attack, separate entirely from the military and strategic toll, was itself a significant and prolonged burden that fell primarily on women at home, waiting for a letter that might or might not come. The American public's response to Pearl Harbor, as measured by polling, news coverage, and the almost immediate surge in military enlistments, was one of the most dramatic shifts in public sentiment in the country's history. Before the attack, American public opinion had been divided, often bitterly, between interventionist and isolationist positions. The America First Committee, which had been the organizational center of isolationist sentiment and had counted Charles Lindbergh among its most prominent voices, announced its dissolution on the 11th of December. Isolationism as a viable political position effectively collapsed within 4 days of the attack. Men lined up at recruiting stations on the 8th and 9th of December in numbers that overwhelmed the military's capacity to process them. The volunteer surge was real, and it was large, but it also posed logistical challenges. The American military suddenly faced the problem of expanding extremely rapidly while fighting a war that was already underway, with inadequate training facilities, insufficient equipment, and a leadership structure that was, in some cases, not yet configured for the scale of what was being asked of it. The question of what Pearl Harbor meant, what it represented beyond its immediate military consequences, is one that American culture has been working through ever since. And the answer has shifted across decades in ways that track broader changes in how Americans understand their own history. In 1941 and the years immediately following, the attack was primarily a wound and a rallying point. The evidence of Japanese perfidy that justified the enormous sacrifices the war required. In later decades, as the full complexity of the events leading up to the attack became more widely known, the narrative became more complicated. The intelligence failures attracted sustained scholarly attention. The question of whether the attack was truly unprovoked, given the oil embargo, the diplomatic pressure, and the American support for China, became part of serious historical discussion. The internment of Japanese Americans that followed the attack, ordered by Roosevelt under Executive Order 9066 in February 1942, added a chapter of domestic injustice to the story that the immediate post-war narrative had largely suppressed. Pearl Harbor is not a simple story. It has never been a simple story. The work of understanding it fully, not as myth or symbol, but as history, is the work of every chapter of this documentary. Chapter 8, The Salvage Operation, Raising the Dead from Pearl Harbor. In the weeks and months after the 7th of December 1941, while the battles in the Philippines and Malaya and across the Pacific were already reshaping the strategic map, a quieter and in some ways more extraordinary effort was underway in Pearl Harbor itself. The recovery and salvage of the ships that had been sunk or badly damaged in the attack. This was not a simple project of clearing debris from a harbor. It was one of the largest and most technically complex naval salvage operations in history, conducted under wartime pressure, with improvised equipment and methods developed on the spot by engineers who were in some cases working through problems that had no existing textbook solutions. The men who ran this operation, the civilian and Navy engineers of the Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard and the Salvage Division, are among the least famous figures of the entire war and among the most consequential. The salvage effort was organized under Rear Admiral William Furlong, who had been the officer aboard Oglala when the attack began, and who was subsequently assigned to manage the recovery operation. The scale of what he faced was formidable. Oklahoma was capsized, her hull above water but her masts on the bottom. California and West Virginia had sunk to the harbor bottom while upright, their superstructures above water. Nevada was beached at Waipio Point. Arizona and Utah, the old target ship also sunk during the attack, were the two ships assessed as beyond practical recovery. The salvage decisions about which ships to prioritize were based on two factors: strategic urgency, because every ship returned to service was a contribution to the fleet that was desperately needed, and technical feasibility, because some salvage problems were solvable with available resources and some were not. Oklahoma presented the most dramatic physical challenge: to right her, to roll her back from approximately 150 degrees of roll to an upright position, and then to pump her out and float her, required a technique called controlled righting, using a system of electric winches mounted on Ford Island and connected to the ship's hull by cables. The calculation of how many winches were needed, what cable strength was required, what attachment points on the hull could bear the load, and at what rate the righting could proceed without causing the hull to crack or flood catastrophically in a way that would defeat the effort. All of this was worked out from first principles by the salvage engineers, with no existing reference for an operation of this scale. The righting of Oklahoma began in March 1942 and was completed in June, having taken more than 3 months of progressive pulling with the winch array. It was one of the most remarkable feats of improvised naval engineering of the entire war, and it received almost no press coverage at the time, because the Navy was understandably reluctant to publish information about the extent of the damage at Pearl Harbor. California and West Virginia, having sunk upright, could in principle be refloated if their hulls could be made watertight and pumped out, a process known as patching and dewatering. The challenge was that both ships had multiple torpedo holes in their hulls, some of them quite large, and those holes had to be covered with external patches welded onto the hull underwater by Navy divers, working in zero visibility in fuel oil contaminated harbor water. The diving conditions at Pearl Harbor in the weeks and months after the attack were genuinely difficult. The harbor water had been contaminated by the enormous quantities of fuel oil that had burned and spilled during the attack. Visibility underwater was measured in centimeters in some areas. Divers worked by touch, guided by diagrams and verbal instructions from surface tenders, locating hull damage, measuring it, and reporting back so that patches could be fabricated to the correct dimensions. The patches were then taken down and welded in place, again by touch, using underwater welding equipment. It was painstaking and dangerous work, and the men who did it were among the most skilled in the Navy's technical departments. West Virginia's salvage was complicated by a factor that emerged when divers entered the ship's interior spaces. The bodies of crew members who had been trapped below decks when the ship sank. The discovery of evidence that some men had survived in trapped air pockets for a period of days after the ship went down, evidenced by calendar markings and food consumption records found in the spaces where the bodies were recovered, added a human dimension to the salvage operation that the engineers and divers carrying it out carried with them for the rest of their lives. The official record is careful and respectful in its treatment of this discovery. The bodies were recovered, identified where possible, and given proper burial. The salvage work continued, but the knowledge of what those trapped spaces had contained, the evidence of men surviving in darkness and hoping for rescue that did not come in time, was the kind of detail that does not appear in the engineering reports, but that several salvage workers mentioned in post-war accounts. Nevada's situation was the most straightforward of the major salvage cases, precisely because she had been deliberately beached rather than sunk. Her hull was intact below the waterline. Her damage was primarily to her superstructure from bomb hits, and the technical challenge was primarily one of pumping out the flooded compartments and pulling her off the mud flat at Waipio Point. She was refloated in February 1942, less than 3 months after the attack, and moved to the dry dock at the Navy Yard for assessment. The damage to her superstructure was severe enough that the repair required rebuilding much of it, and the work was used as an opportunity to modernize her anti-aircraft battery to the standards that wartime experience had already demonstrated were necessary. Nevada emerged from Pearl Harbor's dry dock in October 1942, heading for the Puget Sound Navy Yard for completion of repairs. She would go on to serve in the Aleutian Islands campaign, the Normandy operation, the invasion of southern France, and the Okinawa campaign. A career that stretched from the disaster of December 1941 to the final months of the war in the Pacific. Arizona and Utah were assessed and written off. Arizona's forward section had been destroyed by the magazine explosion, and the structural damage to the ship was assessed as making refloating and repair economically and practically impossible, even if it had been desirable. More importantly, and this was a decision that reflected something beyond engineering calculation, Arizona still contained the remains of a very large number of her crew. The Navy's assessment concluded that the effort of recovering the bodies, given their condition after months in the submerged wreck, would be disproportionate to the result and would be a further trauma to the families who had already been through enough. The decision was made to leave them where they were. Arizona was officially decommissioned on the 29th of December, 1941, 3 weeks after she sank, and redesignated as a memorial site. The oil that still seeps from her hull at a rate estimated at roughly 1 to 9 quarts per day has been the subject of ongoing study by the National Park Service, which monitors whether the seepage poses an environmental risk. The ship still holds approximately 500,000 gallons of fuel oil in her bunkers. The dry dock repair work that ran in parallel with the salvage operation was itself a remarkable logistical achievement. The Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard, which had significant capacity before the war, was expanded and accelerated to a pace that would have seemed impossible under normal peacetime operating conditions. Ships were brought into dry dock, assessed, repaired, and returned to service at intervals that pre-war peacetime scheduling would not have considered realistic. The pressure was institutional and personal. Every officer and civilian worker at the shipyard understood that the Pacific Fleet needed every operable ship as soon as possible, and the speed with which ships were turned around reflected that understanding. Maryland, hit by 2 bombs during the attack, was back in service by the end of February 1942. Tennessee, similarly damaged, returned to the fleet in February 1942. Pennsylvania, the least damaged of the battleships caught in the attack, was back on duty within weeks. The broader significance of the Pearl Harbor salvage operation is something that deserves more recognition than it typically receives in accounts, focused on the battles and the diplomacy. Of the 8 battleships present during the attack, 6 were eventually returned to service. Only Arizona and Oklahoma were permanent losses. Oklahoma was eventually righted and floated, but she was assessed as not worth the cost of full repair, and she sank under tow while being transported to the mainland in May 1947. The return of 6 battleships to the American Order of Battle was a genuine contribution to Allied naval power. Even if the battleships themselves played a different role in the Pacific War than pre-war doctrine had anticipated, primarily as shore bombardment platforms for amphibious operations rather than as participants in the fleet gun battles that their designers had envisioned. The salvage operation was, in its quiet way, a refusal to accept defeat, a systematic, technically sophisticated dismantling of the damage that the 7th of December had done, piece by piece, ship by ship, over months of hard labor in oil-contaminated harbor water. It was not heroic in the cinematic sense. It was heroic in the way that sustained, technically demanding work under pressure, for a purpose larger than any individual, is always heroic. Chapter 9. Japan's 100 Days. The expansion of empire across the Pacific. When Yamamoto told Prince Kano that he could run wild for 6 to 12 months before his ability to guarantee results would expire, he was not speaking poetically. He was speaking operationally. The 6 months following Pearl Harbor saw the Japanese military execute what military historians have described as one of the most rapid and geographically expansive campaigns in the history of modern warfare. An advance across Southeast Asia and the Central Pacific that covered millions of square kilometers and overran colonial possessions that Britain, France, the Netherlands, and the United States had held for decades, in some cases for centuries. The speed of the advance was not accidental. It was the product of careful planning, well-trained forces operating with air superiority and naval dominance against defenders who were consistently outmatched in numbers, equipment, and preparation. It was also, as Yamamoto knew, built on a foundation that could not sustain itself indefinitely. The Philippines fell first in the American sphere. General Douglas MacArthur's command in the Philippines had been notified of the Pearl Harbor attack in the early hours of the 8th of December, Philippine time, roughly 9 hours after the attack on Hawaii. Despite this warning, the Japanese air attack launched from Formosa against MacArthur's air forces later that morning caught the American aircraft largely on the ground at Clark Field and Iber Field, destroying the majority of his Far East air forces in a repeat of the pattern from Pearl Harbor. MacArthur's failure to disperse or launch his aircraft during the 9-hour warning period is one of the more puzzling command decisions of the opening days of the war, and has been the subject of sustained critical analysis by military historians. The explanation that emerges most consistently from the records is a combination of confusion, conflicting orders, and a command atmosphere in which decisive action under ambiguous circumstances was not taken. It is a pattern that repeats itself more than once in the story of the Pacific War's opening weeks. The Japanese landings on Luzon began on the 22nd of December, 1941. General Masaharu Homma's 14th Army came ashore at Lingayen Gulf, on the northwestern coast of Luzon, the same approach route the Americans had long anticipated as the most likely Japanese axis of advance in any war scenario, and for which they had prepared defensive plans that had never been fully resourced. MacArthur declared Manila an open city on the 27th of December and ordered his forces to withdraw into the Bataan Peninsula and the island fortress of Corregidor. The campaign that followed, the defense of Bataan from January to April 1942, was one of the most grinding and ultimately tragic episodes of the Pacific War. American and Filipino forces, undersupplied and outnumbered, held the peninsula for nearly 4 months against a Japanese force that also suffered serious supply difficulties. When Bataan fell on the 9th of April 1942, approximately 75,000 American and Filipino prisoners were taken, the largest surrender of American-led forces in United States history. The subsequent forced march of those prisoners to prison camps, under conditions that resulted in thousands of deaths, became known as the Bataan Death March. Malayas and Singapore were simultaneously the most strategically significant and, from the British perspective, the most psychologically devastating of the Japanese conquests in this period. British strategic thinking had held for years that Singapore, the great naval base at the southern tip of the Malay Peninsula, was an impregnable fortress. This confidence was partially a function of the large coastal gun batteries defending the harbour approaches, which were impressively large weapons, capable of sinking any warship that attempted a frontal assault from the sea. It was misplaced confidence because it assumed the attack would come from the sea. Japanese General Tomoyuki Yamashita's 25th Army moved down the Malay Peninsula from the north, on bicycles and foot through jungle terrain that the British had assessed as impassable for a large military force, completing roughly 1,000 kilometers of advance in roughly 70 days. The fall of Singapore on the 15th of February, 1942, with more than 80,000 British, Australian, and Indian troops surrendering to a Japanese force that was numerically smaller and logistically stretched, was the single largest surrender in British military history, and the event that, more than any other, marked the end of British imperial authority in Southeast Asia. The Dutch East Indies, modern Indonesia, fell between January and March 1942. The oil fields that the entire southward Japanese strategy had been built around were in Allied hands for only weeks after the opening of hostilities, before Japanese forces overran the Dutch colonial defense forces and their Allied reinforcements. The Battle of the Java Sea in late February and early March 1942 saw a combined American, British, Dutch, and Australian naval force under Dutch Admiral Karel Doorman virtually annihilated by the Japanese naval forces escorting the invasion convoy. The destruction of the ABDA Combined Striking Force was one of the most complete surface naval defeats in the entire war. Conducted over 2 days of fighting, in which Doorman's force lost 5 cruisers and 5 destroyers without stopping or significantly delaying the Japanese landing. Doorman himself was killed when his flagship Houston, actually a Dutch flagship, Henems de Ruta, was sunk. The oil fields of Borneo, Java and Sumatra were in Japanese hands by March 1942, giving Japan the fuel independence that had been the stated strategic objective since the planning began. Burma fell through a combination of successful Japanese land operations and British command failures that shared certain structural similarities with the failures in Malaya. The Burma Road, the supply route to Chiang Kai-shek's government in Chongqing, was cut, temporarily isolating China from overland Allied supply. The fall of Rangoon in March 1942, followed by the British retreat northward through central Burma, was a campaign of sustained British military failure that ended with an exhausted and barely intact British Indian force crossing the mountains into Assam just ahead of the monsoon. The Imphal-Kohima battles that would eventually turn the tide in Burma were more than 2 years in the future. In the spring of 1942, the situation in Burma looked like a defeat from which recovery would be long and costly. The expansion of the Japanese strategic perimeter was not unlimited by design, or rather it was designed to reach a specific defensive line beyond which Japan would consolidate and fortify. The concept, as articulated in Japanese planning documents, was to establish a perimeter running from Burma through Malaya, the Dutch East Indies, a chain of islands in the Central Pacific, through Wake Island and the Gilbert Islands, and then curving north to include the Western Aleutians. Inside this perimeter, Japan would hold its resource territories, build its defenses in depth, and wait for the Americans to exhaust themselves against fortified island positions, eventually reaching a point where a negotiated settlement on terms favorable to Japan became preferable to a full-scale war of reconquest. This was the strategic concept, its fundamental flaw, which several Japanese staff officers identified in planning documents that were suppressed or ignored, was that it assumed American strategic decision-making would follow the pattern that Japanese planners expected. It did not. The American response to the string of defeats in the first months of 1942 was complicated by the Europe First strategic priority that Roosevelt and Churchill had agreed upon. The principle that Germany, as the more dangerous long-term threat, and the one more immediately threatening to Britain, should be defeated first, with the Pacific Theater receiving sufficient resources to prevent further Japanese expansion, while the main effort went to Europe. This created a genuine and persistent tension in American Pacific strategy between what was operationally desired, a rapid offensive to recover lost territories and destroy Japanese naval power, and what was strategically allocated, enough resources to hold the existing perimeter and conduct limited offensive operations. Admiral Ernest King, Commander-in-Chief of the United States Fleet and Chief of Naval Operations from December 1941, was the most persistent internal voice arguing for a more aggressive Pacific strategy, and his relationship with General George Marshall, who held the Europe First Line, was one of the more productive, contentious partnerships in American wartime leadership. The Doolittle raid of the 18th of April, 1942, the launch of 16 Army B-25 medium bombers from the carrier Hornet to strike Tokyo and other Japanese cities, was, in material terms, a very small operation. The bombers carried light bomb loads, caused minor physical damage, and all 16 aircraft were either ditched at sea or crash-landed in China, with their crews mostly captured or recovered over the following weeks. In strategic psychological terms, it was not small at all. The raid demonstrated that Tokyo was not invulnerable to air attack. It created precisely the kind of concern in Japanese strategic planning that Admiral Yamamoto and the Naval General Staff had argued against. Vulnerability of the home islands, and a need to extend the defensive perimeter to prevent a repeat. The decision to extend the perimeter to Midway was partly a response to the Doolittle raid, and partly the continuation of a debate that had been underway in Japanese planning since before Pearl Harbor. That decision led directly to the Battle of Midway, and that is the next chapter's territory. But the trajectory from Pearl Harbor through the 100 days of expansion to the overreach of Midway is a single continuous line of strategic logic, and it matters to understand that line as a whole. Chapter 10, The Carriers That Weren't There. Lexington, Enterprise, and Saratoga. The absence of the American aircraft carriers from Pearl Harbor on the 7th of December is, depending on your perspective, either a matter of routine operational scheduling or the most consequential accident in the history of naval warfare. Carrier Enterprise had departed Pearl Harbor on the 28th of November, 1941, tasked with ferrying a Marine fighter squadron to Wake Island as part of a reinforcement mission. She was scheduled to return to Pearl Harbor by the 6th of December. She was delayed by heavy weather, the same North Pacific weather that was covering the Kido Butai's approach from the opposite direction. Enterprise was approximately 200 miles west of Oahu when the attack began, steaming back toward harbor. Her scouting Squadron 6 had already launched search aircraft ahead of the ship, and several of those aircraft arrived over Pearl Harbor during the attack, flying into the anti-aircraft fire and the confusion of the battle. Several American aircraft were shot down by friendly fire during this period. The gun crews in Pearl Harbor, understandably, were shooting at everything that moved. Carrier Lexington had departed Pearl Harbor on the 5th of December to ferry a Marine Scout bomber squadron to Midway Island, another reinforcement mission in the same chain of Western Pacific base strengthening that had sent Enterprise to Wake. Saratoga was at Puget Sound Navy Yard on the American West Coast, having arrived there on the 7th of December for repairs and modifications. Her absence from Pearl Harbor was therefore not a matter of operational scheduling, but of maintenance rotation. She was simply overdue for yard work, and the timing placed her in a Pacific Northwest dry dock when her sisters were at sea. The three carriers' absence from Pearl Harbor was thus not the product of any single decision, but of the normal operational rhythm of a fleet that was spread across the Pacific theater in the course of its routine activities. The question of whether Washington was aware, before the attack, that the carriers would be absent and factored this into any calculation is one of the enduring threads of the Pearl Harbor conspiracy literature. The serious answer from the historical record is no. The departure schedules of Enterprise and Lexington were operational decisions made at the Pacific Fleet level in response to requests from island-based commanders for reinforcement, and the timing was determined by those requests, combined with weather and scheduling factors that could not have been managed to ensure the carriers were absent on a specific date without creating a logistical trail that would be impossible to conceal. The timing was coincidence. It was, from the American perspective, fortuitous coincidence, in the sense that the carrier's survival made the recovery of American naval power in the Pacific possible within the timeframes that proved strategically decisive, but it was coincidence. Enterprise and Lexington's task forces were ordered not to return to Pearl Harbor in the immediate aftermath of the attack. The possibility that the Japanese strike force was still in the area, and the concern, which proved unfounded, that a surface landing force might be accompanying the carrier fleet, led Admiral William Halsey, commanding the Enterprise Task Force, to conduct an aggressive search of the waters south and west of Oahu. Halsey's search found nothing, because the Kido Butai had turned north and withdrawn before the American carriers could intercept. The emotional state of Halsey's force during this period comes through in accounts from officers aboard Enterprise. A combination of shock at the scale of what had been done to Pearl Harbor, seen by the returning search aircraft that had flown over the harbor, and a cold fury directed at Japan that shaped Halsey's subsequent conduct throughout the war. Halsey's later statement that by the end of the war Japanese would be spoken only in hell was made in this emotional context. A context that the brutality of the Pearl Harbor attack had created. The strategic implications of the carrier's survival became clear with remarkable speed. The Pacific Fleet in December 1941 had 3 carriers in the Pacific. The Japanese combined fleet had, in the Kido Butai, 6 fleet carriers, a substantial advantage. But the American carriers could not be replaced in anything like the short term by building new ones from scratch. Fleet carriers took years to build. Japan's superiority was therefore time-limited only by accidents of battle, not by industrial production schedules, at least in the near term. This made the carriers enormously valuable, and the operational decisions about their deployment enormously consequential. Admiral Chester Nimitz, who replaced Kimmel as Commander-in-Chief, Pacific Fleet, on the 31st of December 1941, understood this clearly. The carriers would be his offensive instruments, the only offensive instruments he had for the coming months, and their use had to balance the operational desire for aggressive action against the strategic reality that losing a carrier was a loss that could not be quickly replaced. The carrier-based raids that Nimitz authorized in the first months of 1942, against the Marshall and Gilbert Islands in February, against Wake and Marcus Islands, against the Japanese base at Lae in New Guinea, served multiple purposes. They kept Japanese defensive planners uncertain about where the next American blow would fall. They gave the American carrier air groups and their crews combat experience that would prove essential in the larger engagements ahead. They were also, frankly, morale operations, both for the American public, which needed evidence that the Navy was fighting back, and for the carrier crews themselves, who needed the confidence that comes from successful operations. The raids were not strategically decisive. They were not designed to be. They were designed to maintain initiative and build capability, while the larger production and training machinery of American mobilization was getting up to speed. The Battle of the Coral Sea in May 1942 brought the carriers into their first large-scale engagement. The first naval battle in history in which the opposing surface forces never came within visual range of each other, all the fighting being done by aircraft. Lexington and Yorktown. Yorktown had been transferred from the Atlantic Fleet, engaged the Japanese carriers Shokaku, Zuikaku, and the light carrier Sho in a battle that resulted in the sinking of Shoho and serious damage to Shokaku at the cost of Lexington and significant damage to Yorktown. The battle was tactically roughly even. Japan lost less fleet carrier tonnage, but strategically it was an American success because the Japanese invasion force, targeting Port Moresby, Australia's last significant northern bastion, was turned back. The Coral Sea battle demonstrated that the Carrier Task Force was the decisive instrument of Pacific naval power, confirming what the Pearl Harbor attack's targeting logic had suggested. It also removed Shokaku and Zuikaku from the Japanese order of battle at a critical moment. Both carriers were unavailable for the Battle of Midway 1 month later. Yorktown's repair after the Coral Sea damage is one of the extraordinary episodes of the pre-Midway period and connects directly to the consequence of the Pearl Harbor salvage operation's success. Yorktown arrived at Pearl Harbor on the 27th of May, 1942, with damage that the Navy's initial assessment estimated would require 3 months of dry dock work. Nimitz ordered the repairs completed in 72 hours. The Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard, already running at the wartime pace that the post-attack pressure had established, put 1,400 workers aboard Yorktown around the clock. They did not make her perfect. They made her operational. Yorktown sailed from Pearl Harbor on the 30th of May, 3 days after arriving, and was at Midway in time to participate in the battle that began on the 4th of June, 1942. Her presence at Midway, providing a third carrier against Japan's 4, was one of the factors that made the decisive American victory possible. The salvage workers and shipyard crew who fixed Yorktown in 72 hours were in a chain of causation that runs back to the 7th of December 1941. Part of the story of why Midway went the way it did. Chapter 11, Midway. The bill comes due. The Battle of Midway, fought between the 4th and 7th of June 1942, is the turning point in the Pacific War. Not because it was the last Japanese offensive operation, or because Japan suffered no further advances after it, but because the losses Japan sustained at Midway could not be replaced within any time frame that mattered. The destruction of 4 Japanese fleet carriers, Akagi, Kaga, Soryu, and Hiryu, in a single battle removed the core of the Kido Butai that had struck Pearl Harbor 6 months earlier. 3 of those 4 carriers were sunk in the space of roughly 5 minutes on the morning of the 4th of June, in a sequence of dive bomber attacks that compressed one of the most decisive tactical moments in naval history into an interval shorter than a coffee break. The pilots who made those attacks had been trained in a program that had been running at full pace since before Pearl Harbor. The intelligence that put them in the right position at the right time came from a signals intelligence operation that had been learning and growing since before Pearl Harbor. The carriers that launched them had survived Pearl Harbor by chance of scheduling. The through line from December 1941 to June 1942 is direct, and it runs in both directions. Pearl Harbor created the conditions that made Midway possible, and Midway determined what Pearl Harbor ultimately meant. The intelligence picture for Midway was the product of the Navy's Combat Intelligence Unit at Pearl Harbor, Station Hippo, under Commander Joseph Rochefort, which had been working to crack the Japanese Naval Operational Code, designated JN-25, throughout the first months of the war. By May 1942, Rochefort's team had made sufficient progress with the code to identify that a major Japanese operation was being planned against a target designated AF in Japanese signals. Rochefort assessed, with confidence, that AF was Midway Atoll. To confirm this, he arranged for the Midway garrison to transmit a plain language message that its freshwater distillation plant had broken down. The Japanese signals network picked up this information and passed it along in encrypted traffic. And Hypo soon intercepted a message noting that AF was short of fresh water. The identification was confirmed. The Japanese plan for the Midway operation, Operation MI, was conceived by Yamamoto as a means of forcing a decisive engagement with the American carrier fleet that had eluded the Pearl Harbor attack. The plan was complex, involving multiple task forces operating across a broad front, including a diversionary operation in the Aleutian Islands, intended to split American attention. The American carriers, Yamamoto calculated, would sortie to defend Midway and would be caught between the Midway invasion force and a surface battle fleet that Yamamoto himself would command from his flagship, the super battleship Yamato. The plan's complexity was also its weakness. It assumed the Americans would react in a specific way. It distributed Japanese naval strength across multiple task forces that could not easily support each other. And it was built on the assumption that American signals intelligence had not compromised Operation MI's target and timing. All three assumptions proved incorrect. Nimitz deployed 3 carriers, Enterprise, Hornet, and the hastily repaired Yorktown, to intercept the Japanese force, positioning them northeast of Midway in an ambush position that Yamamoto had not anticipated. The battle's outcome, on the 4th of June, hinged on timing and information in ways that make it one of the most technically studied engagements in naval history. The Japanese carrier force, under Vice Admiral Nagumo, launched an initial strike against Midway's land-based installations, while holding a second strike force in reserve, armed with torpedoes for use against American ships if they appeared. When the American carriers were located, Nagumo made the decision to rearm the second strike force with bombs for a follow-up attack on Midway, rather than waiting with torpedoes. A decision driven by the apparent absence of American carriers in the immediate area and the desire to finish the Midway suppression mission. The process of rearming, swapping torpedoes for bombs, and then swapping back when the carrier reports came in, left the Japanese flight decks and hangars cluttered with armed weapons, fueling lines, and aircraft in transition states that were the opposite of the orderly readiness the Kido Butai normally maintained. When American dive bombers from Enterprise and Yorktown arrived over the Japanese carriers at approximately 10:22 on the morning of the 4th of June, they found Akagi, Kaga, and Soryu with their flight decks crowded with aircraft being fueled and rearmed. The conditions were as close to ideal for a dive bombing attack as the attackers could have hoped for. The dive bombers of Yorktown and Enterprise had arrived over the Japanese force at approximately the same time through separate approach routes, their coordination imperfect, but their timing, nevertheless, simultaneous enough to prevent the Japanese combat air patrol, concentrated at low altitude, dealing with the torpedo bomber attacks that had preceded the dive bombers, from climbing in time to intercept. In the 5 to 6 minutes of that attack, 3 of Japan's 6 Pearl Harbor carriers were mortally damaged. Soryu was hit by 3 bombs, Kaga by 4, and Akagi by 2. But Akagi's hits were in positions that reached the armed ordnance on her hangar and flight decks, triggering the same cascade of secondary explosions that had destroyed Arizona 6 months earlier. Hiryu escaped the first attack and launched a counterattack that seriously damaged Yorktown. But Hiryu was herself found and fatally hit by a third American strike later that afternoon. 4 fleet carriers, the core of the force that had attacked Pearl Harbor, were destroyed within a single day. The human cost of Midway to Japan extended beyond the carriers themselves. The air groups aboard those 4 carriers had been among the most experienced in the Japanese Navy. Many of the pilots and aircrew had participated in the Pearl Harbor attack, in the subsequent operations over the Dutch East Indies and the Indian Oceans, and had built a depth of combat experience that the Japanese naval aviation training pipeline could not quickly replace. More than 240 Japanese aircraft were lost at Midway. The aircrew losses were proportionally very high. The Japanese Navy's institutional memory in carrier aviation, the accumulated expertise that had made the Kido Butai so effective, was in significant measure aboard those 4 carriers, and it went down with them. Japanese carrier aviation never fully recovered. American losses at Midway included Yorktown, sunk by a Japanese submarine on the 7th of June, while under tow after surviving the dive bomber attacks, and the destroyer Haman sunk alongside her. 147 American aircraft were lost. 3,057 Americans were killed. A significant number, but vastly less than the Japanese losses of over 3,000 personnel, plus the 4 carriers. The asymmetry of the result was decisive. The United States lost 1 carrier and could replace it. Yorktown's replacement, a new Essex-class carrier bearing the same name, was commissioned in April 1943, and behind her came an entire class of fleet carriers that would eventually number 24 hulls. Japan lost 4 carriers and its experienced air groups, and could not replace either in the timeframes that mattered. Midway's connection to Pearl Harbor is worth stating explicitly here, because it can get lost in the narrative of Midway as a standalone triumph. The intelligence success at Midway was built on the same signals intelligence foundation that had failed at Pearl Harbor. The same organization, Station Hypo, working on Japanese naval codes, had learned from the pre-war failures and had invested heavily in the analytical work that cracked JN-25 to the degree needed for the Midway operation. The carrier survival at Pearl Harbor was the foundation of the fleet that fought Midway. The shipyard performance that repaired Yorktown in 72 hours was the culmination of the same wartime operational tempo that the Pearl Harbor salvage operation had established. Midway was not revenge for Pearl Harbor in any simple emotional sense. It was the structural consequence of every decision and every failure and every recovery in the 6 months between December 7th and June 4th. Chapter 12. The Human Geography of Pearl Harbor. The men behind the machine's naval history has a tendency to focus on ships, their specifications, their movements, their fates, in ways that can gradually obscure the fact that ships are operated by people, and that the people aboard them during catastrophic events experience those events in ways that the official records and the ship logs can only partially capture. The attack on Pearl Harbor on the 7th of December, 1941, was experienced by somewhere between 40,000 and 60,000 people across the various ships, installations, and land-based facilities of the harbor complex, each of them in a specific place, with a specific set of options and limitations, making decisions that were sometimes effective and sometimes tragic, and often simply a function of being in the wrong spot at the wrong moment. The experience of a Sunday morning in Pearl Harbor in late 1941 was shaped by the rhythms of peacetime Navy life that a significant percentage of the fleet had settled into over the months of the Pacific Fleet's forward deployment to Hawaii. Sunday morning meant liberty for many crew members, late reveille for those aboard, the slower pace of a day that was administratively lighter than the weekday. Church services were scheduled aboard many ships. Breakfast was being served. The bugle call for morning colors, the raising of the flag at 0800, was the kind of ceremonial moment that organized Sunday mornings on American naval vessels and gave them a quiet formality that the chaos of the next few minutes would completely eradicate. Several survivors of the attack specifically recalled that the attack began at approximately the same time as morning colors, a detail that places the moment precisely in the ritual structure of a day that was supposed to be ordinary. The men of the USS Arizona were, by several measures, among the most fully described of any ship's company in the harbor that morning, partly because of the scale of the loss and the subsequent decades of memorial attention. The ship's crew included men from virtually every state in the Union. The Navy of 1941 drew from a national pool, and a battleship with a complement of more than 1,500 had men from farms in Nebraska and steel towns in Pennsylvania and fishing communities on the Gulf Coast. Many of the men aboard had re-enlisted specifically because the Navy provided steady employment during the Depression decade, a fact that gives the generation of sailors who crewed Pearl Harbor's ships a specific socioeconomic context that is easy to overlook. For many of them, the Navy had been economic security as much as patriotic vocation. They had signed up for a paycheck and found themselves at the center of history. The officers' experience of the attack differed in some respects from the enlisted men's, not in terms of physical danger. The danger was distributed according to where you were standing, not your rank, but in terms of the decisions that fell immediately to them. Junior officers aboard ships that were hit had to make immediate damage control decisions with incomplete information, in conditions of noise and confusion and fire and flooding, without guidance from senior officers who were often incapacitated or simply unreachable. The quality of those immediate decisions mattered enormously for whether ships survived or sank, whether fires spread or were contained, whether wounded men were evacuated or left. The official record is full of instances of junior officers and petty officers performing functions far above their peacetime responsibilities in the first minutes of the attack, filling command vacuums with whatever training and judgment they possessed. The official record is also full of instances where those responses were inadequate or mistaken, because the people making them were sometimes 20-year-old men with perhaps 18 months of naval service, making life and death decisions in their first minutes of combat. The men from Japanese-American families serving in the United States military at the time of the attack. There were several in Hawaii, including members of the Hawaii National Guard and ROTC units, were placed immediately in a social and political position of extraordinary difficulty. Their country had just been attacked by the country of their ancestry. Their loyalty was presumed suspect by a significant portion of the population, and within weeks by official government policy. The Japanese-American soldiers and sailors who served honorably in the immediate defense of Pearl Harbor on the 7th of December, including the members of the Hawaii National Guard who took up arms against the attack, would within months see their families subjected to the evacuation and internment orders that swept up approximately 120,000 Japanese Americans on the mainland. The Hawaiian Japanese American community was largely spared mass internment, partly because they constituted roughly a third of the territorial population, and the practical logistics were impossible. But the discrimination and suspicion were present. The Nisei soldiers who eventually served in the 442nd Regimental Combat Team, the most decorated American military unit of the war, many of them with family members still in internment camps, are part of the Pearl Harbor story too, though their chapter in it is almost entirely absent from the standard narratives. The Japanese aircrew who carried out the attack also deserve acknowledgement as human beings rather than simply instruments of destruction, not because their actions are to be celebrated, but because history conducted at human scale requires acknowledging the humanity on all sides. Commander Fuchida, who led the first wave, survived the war and converted to Christianity in the late 1940s, in part through contact with American missionary Jacob DeShazer, who had been a participant in the Doolittle Raid, been captured and held as a prisoner of war in Japan, and emerged from the experience as a committed evangelist of reconciliation. Fuchida became an evangelist himself and spent much of his later life in the United States, speaking about his wartime experience and its moral aftermath. His memoir, published in Japanese in 1951, and later translated and published in English, is one of the primary first-person accounts of the attack from the Japanese perspective, though historians have noted that some of its specific claims require careful cross-referencing with other sources. The civilian workers of Pearl Harbor, the shipyard workers, the civilian contractors, the administrative staff, the families of servicemen living in base housing, experienced the attack from positions that military protocols had never specifically planned for. Civilians were not part of the attack's military logic, but they were in the harbor. Several civilians were killed. Many more were injured or traumatized. The families of naval personnel living in base housing on Ford Island and around the harbor perimeter watched the attack from positions of terrible proximity, close enough to see specific ships burning, close enough to feel the concussions of the larger explosions, with no information about whether their husbands were alive. The civilian experience of Pearl Harbor morning is documented primarily through personal accounts, letters, and oral histories rather than official records. And it is a dimension of the story that the military-focused histories tend to minimize. The recovery of bodies in the weeks following the attack was one of the most psychologically demanding tasks that the Navy's personnel at Pearl Harbor were required to perform. Divers who entered the sunken ships encountered conditions that are described in Navy diving records with the careful clinical language of professional documentation that does not quite conceal the human reality of what those men were doing. The formal procedures for body identification, death certification, and notification of next of kin were conducted by a mortuary affairs staff that was overwhelmed in numbers and, by any reasonable measure, emotionally unprepared for what the scope of the casualty list required of them. The December 1941 notifications reached families across the United States through telegrams, the yellow envelope that every military family had been taught to dread, and through follow-up letters that were often delayed by the sheer administrative load. Some families received notification of death before they had received any confirmation that their family member had even been in the attack. The sequence of the official communications sometimes imposed its own particular cruelty on families already in extremis. The memorialization of Pearl Harbor began almost immediately, not as an official government program, but as a spontaneous human response to a shared catastrophe. The White Memorial that now spans the sunken hull of Arizona was not built until 1962, but the impulse it represents, the need to mark the place, to name the dead, to make the loss something that could be visited rather than only remembered, was present from the beginning. Ford Island residents and naval personnel placed flowers and small markers at the harbor's edge in the weeks after the attack. Informal ceremonies were held on anniversaries throughout the war years, attended by the Pearl Harbor survivors who had remained in Hawaii, and by the growing community of people whose connection to the harbor was now permanent whether they had chosen it or not. Memorial practice at Pearl Harbor evolved through the decades of the Cold War, through the anniversary ceremonies attended by veterans, whose numbers grew smaller each year, and is now maintained by the National Park Service at the Pearl Harbor National Memorial, a site that receives more than 1.5 million visitors per year from every country that was touched by the war. Chapter 12. The survivors themselves, the men who were at Pearl Harbor on the 7th of December 1941 and lived through it, formed a community that was unlike almost any other veteran community in American life, because their defining experience was not a battle they had fought and won, but a disaster they had endured and survived. The Pearl Harbor Survivors Association, formally organized in 1958, eventually had chapters in nearly every American state. The members attended reunions, gave testimony to schools and civic organizations, lobbied for memorials and educational programs, and carried the weight of what they had witnessed in ways that were sometimes publicly expressed and sometimes not. The last members of that generation are now in their late 90s and beyond. The living memory of the 7th of December is almost gone. What replaces living memory is the work of historians, documentarians, archivists, and the visitors who stand above Arizona's hull every morning and look down through the clear green water. That work is what this documentary is part of, and that responsibility is one we do not take lightly. Chapter 13. the Long War, from Guadalcanal to the Philippine Sea Pearl Harbor, set in motion a sequence of events that would not reach their conclusion for nearly 4 years. The attack had been designed to buy Japan 6 to 12 months of operational freedom, and in the narrowest mechanical sense it succeeded. The American Pacific Fleet was not in a position to mount a major offensive operation for the first several months after December 7th, but the strategic error embedded in that success was visible from the beginning to anyone willing to see it clearly, and Yamamoto had seen it clearly before he ever ordered the attack. The American industrial machine was now fully committed to the war. The political will to fight was, after Pearl Harbor, essentially total. The question was not whether the United States would reconquer the Pacific, but when and at what cost. And the cost would be determined by how well Japan's defensive perimeter held against the gathering storm of American production and manpower. The first American land offensive of the Pacific War came at Guadalcanal in the Solomon Islands, launched on the 7th of August, 1942. Exactly 8 months after Pearl Harbor, the 1st Marine Division landed on Guadalcanal and the neighboring islands of Tulagi and Gavutu in an operation designated Watchtower, aimed at seizing the airfield the Japanese were constructing on Guadalcanal's northern coast before it became operational. The airfield, completed and renamed Henderson Field after the American capture, and became the strategic pivot of a 6-month campaign that consumed enormous resources on both sides and became one of the most grinding attritional struggles of the entire Pacific War. The naval battles around Guadalcanal, the Battle of Savo Island, the Battle of Cape Esperance, the Naval Battle of Guadalcanal in November 1942, were among the most costly surface engagements of the war for both sides. Fought at night in confined waters where the tactical advantages switched back and forth with a speed and violence that left both fleets badly depleted. The naval campaign around Guadalcanal demonstrated, with painful clarity, that Pearl Harbor's destruction of the battleship force had made the American Navy temporarily dependent on cruisers and destroyers for surface operations in confined waters, and that Japanese surface forces, particularly in night engagements, were tactically proficient in ways that caused serious American losses. The Japanese Navy's Long Lance torpedo, the Type 93 oxygen-powered torpedo, which had a range and speed significantly superior to American torpedoes of the period, inflicted devastating losses in several of the Guadalcanal night battles, sinking cruisers and destroyers with a weapon whose capabilities American naval intelligence had significantly underestimated. The lesson was absorbed painfully. American surface tactics evolved rapidly through the Guadalcanal campaign, incorporating the radar advantages that American ships held over their Japanese opponents, and developing doctrine for using those advantages that would eventually give American surface forces a consistent edge in the night battles that defined so much of the Solomons campaign. The Battle of the Philippine Sea in June 1944, sometimes called the Great Marianas Turkey Shoot by American aviators, was in many ways the final accounting for the decisions made at Pearl Harbor and Midway. Japan had rebuilt its carrier fleet after Midway, commissioning new carriers and training new air groups to replace the losses of June 1942. But the replacement air groups, trained under wartime compression schedules that sacrificed depth of experience for speed of production, were not the equal of the crews who had flown from the Kido Butai in December 1941, when the rebuilt Japanese carrier force, 9 carriers in the first mobile fleet under Vice Admiral Jisaburo Ozawa, engaged the American Fast Carrier Task Force in the Philippine Sea in June 1944. The result was catastrophic for Japan. American fighters, guided by radar and directed by combat information centers that represented the full development of the command and control systems. American carriers had been refining since Pearl Harbor, destroyed wave after wave of Japanese carrier aircraft. Japan lost approximately 450 aircraft and their crews in 2 days of fighting. 3 Japanese carriers were sunk. The Japanese Navy's carrier aviation capability, already weakened by Midway and the attrition of 2 years of war, was essentially destroyed as an operational force. The island-hopping campaign that carried American forces from Guadalcanal through the Central and Western Pacific between 1942 and 1945 was the strategic implementation of the plan that the Pearl Harbor attack had been designed to prevent. Admiral King and his subordinate commanders developed an operational approach that used American naval and air superiority, built on the carrier force that had survived Pearl Harbor and the production capacity that the attack had mobilized, to bypass and isolate heavily fortified Japanese island garrisons, cutting them off from supply and reinforcement, while using the captured or constructed airfields of seized islands to extend American air coverage further westward. The famous formulation attributed to MacArthur, "hit them where they ain't," captures the operational principle, though the actual execution was considerably more complex and costly than the phrase suggests. Tarawa, Peleliu, Iwo Jima, Okinawa. Each of these names represents an island assault where the casualty costs of the island-hopping strategy were measured in thousands of American lives against the strategic logic of advancing the air and naval umbrella closer to Japan. The submarine campaign that the United States Navy conducted against Japanese merchant shipping throughout the Pacific War was one of the most strategically decisive and least publicly recognized elements of American Pacific strategy. American submarines, operating from bases including Pearl Harbor, imposed an increasingly strangling blockade on Japanese shipping lanes, sinking the merchant vessels that carried the oil, ore, rubber, and food that the Japanese war economy depended on. By 1944, American submarines were sinking Japanese merchant tonnage at rates that the Japanese shipbuilding industry could not replace. The oil that Japan had gone to war partly to secure from the Dutch East Indies was increasingly unable to reach Japan because the ships carrying it were being sunk. By the final year of the war, Japan was experiencing serious fuel shortages that impaired training, reduced operational mobility, and ultimately contributed to the decision to use suicide tactics, the kamikaze, as a way of maximizing the damage inflicted by a force whose trained conventional aviators had been largely consumed by attrition. The kamikaze campaign itself, formally organized in late 1944 around the time of the Battle of Leyte Gulf, was a symptom of the strategic situation that Pearl Harbor and its aftermath had created. The Japanese military's adoption of organized suicide tactics was not, as Western popular accounts sometimes suggest, an expression of a uniform cultural attitude toward death. It was a rational response to a specific military problem. American carrier task forces, equipped with radar-directed fighter direction and heavy anti-aircraft defenses, were defeating conventional Japanese air attacks at unsustainable attrition rates. A conventionally piloted aircraft attacking a well-defended American carrier task force had a very low probability of hitting its target and a very high probability of being shot down. A suicide aircraft, a pilot deliberately flying his aircraft into a target, increased the hit probability significantly, because a near miss that would have been survivable for a conventional bomb attack became a direct hit when the aircraft itself was the weapon. The tactical logic was cold and clear. The human cost was total and deliberate. The kamikaze attacks sank or damaged hundreds of American vessels and killed thousands of American sailors in the final year of the war. But they could not reverse the strategic trajectory that had been set in motion on the 7th of December, 1941. The Battle of Leyte Gulf in October 1944, the largest naval battle in history by the number of vessels engaged, was Japan's last attempt to use its remaining surface fleet to destroy the American amphibious forces landing in the Philippines. The battle was fought across an area of the Western Pacific, roughly the size of France, and involved multiple separate engagements over 4 days. The Japanese plan, designated Shogo, was extraordinarily complex. A multi-pronged approach using carrier decoys, surface battleship forces, and coordinated timing across vast distances, in the hope that the complexity itself would create the openings that Japanese numerical weakness could exploit. The plan came closer to working than any post-battle American analysis initially acknowledged. The Japanese center force, built around the super battleship Yamato and her sisters, broke through San Bernardino Strait and came within reach of the American escort carriers and destroyers off Samar before turning back, in a withdrawal decision whose full rationale has never been completely established. Japan lost 4 carriers, 3 battleships, 10 cruisers, and 11 destroyers at Leyte Gulf. After October 1944, Japan had no effective carrier aviation and no surface fleet capable of contesting American control of the Western Pacific. The trajectory from the Kido Butai, launching from the North Pacific in late November 1941, to the wreckage of Japanese naval power in the Philippines in October 1944, is a single strategic arc. It is an arc built from the specific decisions, specific technical capabilities, specific intelligence successes and failures, and specific human choices that we have been tracing through this documentary. Yamamoto's original assessment, 6 to 12 months of success, followed by a war whose outcome he could not guarantee, was not just accurate. It was almost precisely correct in its timing. The 6 months ended at Midway. The longer war that followed was the one Yamamoto had said he could not win. He did not live to see its conclusion. He was killed on the 18th of April, 1943, when American P-38 fighters, guided by a signals intelligence intercept of his travel itinerary, intercepted his transport aircraft over Bougainville Island in the Solomons. The code-breaking program that had failed before Pearl Harbor had, by 1943, reached a level of capability that could track an admiral's calendar. Chapter 14, The Memorial and the Memory, How Pearl Harbor Became a Symbol. In the decades between the end of the Second World War and the present day, Pearl Harbor has undergone a transformation in American memory that is worth examining carefully, because what a society chooses to remember about a catastrophic event and how it chooses to remember it tells you a great deal about that society's relationship with its own history. The immediate post-war memory of Pearl Harbor was relatively straightforward in its dominant narrative. A treacherous surprise attack had awakened a peaceful nation to the necessity of war, and the nation had responded with a unity and a productive energy that had defeated the aggressors. This narrative was not untrue, but it was selective in ways that subsequent decades gradually made harder to sustain. The physical memorial at Pearl Harbor evolved slowly from the informal markers of the war years to the formal national memorial that stands today. Immediately after the war, the Navy maintained the sunken Arizona as a marked site, but without a formal structure above it. The first formal memorial proposal came in the late 1940s, but funding and design debates delayed construction. Dwight Eisenhower signed legislation establishing the USS Arizona Memorial as a federal site in 1958, and the white concrete memorial structure that spans Arizona's hull today. Designed by architect Alfred Preece, who was himself an Austrian-born resident of Hawaii, who had been briefly interned after Pearl Harbor as an enemy alien, was dedicated on May 30th, 1962. Price's design has a specific intentional language. The structure sags in the middle and rises at both ends, which Price described as representing initial defeat, followed by final victory. The center opening through which visitors can look down at the ship's hull allows a sight line directly into the water, above the forward magazine area. The place where the explosion that killed more than 1,100 men originated. The question of how Japanese visitors experience the Arizona Memorial and how American memorial practice at Pearl Harbor should acknowledge Japan's own post-war experience has been part of the site's management challenges for decades. Japan's post-war relationship with the memory of the Pacific War is complicated by a set of domestic political and cultural pressures that are beyond the scope of this chapter to fully analyze. But the relevant point for Pearl Harbor is that the memorial site has been visited by millions of Japanese tourists since the 1960s, and by several Japanese heads of government, including Prime Minister Shinzo Abe in December 2016. Abe's visit was the first by a sitting Japanese Prime Minister, and his remarks at the memorial, which expressed remorse for the suffering of the war without specifically apologizing for the attack, were calibrated to be both historically significant and politically careful in the way that statements by heads of government on contested historical questions tend to be. President Barack Obama, who accompanied Abe, spoke about the importance of reconciliation between former enemies. The ceremony was genuine in what it expressed and incomplete in what it said, which is perhaps the most honest description of how official memorial diplomacy works. The 60th anniversary observances in December 2001 fell in a period of particular complexity, coming less than 3 months after the September 11th attacks on New York and Washington. The juxtaposition of two large-scale surprise attacks on American soil, separated by 60 years, generated a significant amount of commentary comparing the two events. The shock, the casualty scale, the political and military responses, the changes to American life that followed. The comparison has analytical limits that are worth acknowledging. The contexts, the actors, the technologies, and the geopolitical frameworks are sufficiently different that direct parallels can mislead as easily as they illuminate. What is true of both events is that they demonstrate, with brutal clarity, the vulnerability of the assumption that given catastrophe is so unprecedented that it cannot be anticipated, and the recurring institutional failure to take seriously intelligence that suggests the unprecedented is about to happen. The historiography of Pearl Harbor, the scholarly literature about the attack, its causes, and its consequences, has continued to evolve throughout the post-war period in ways that track both the availability of new documents and the changing interpretive frameworks that historians bring to the evidence. The first wave of serious historical writing in the late 1940s and 1950s focused primarily on the military narrative and the question of command responsibility. The 1960s and 70s brought a significant revisionist challenge, largely centered on the backdoor to war thesis and the question of Roosevelt's foreknowledge. The mainstream scholarly consensus has consistently rejected the conspiracy version of events, while acknowledging the genuine complexity of the intelligence failure. More recent scholarship has shifted attention toward the structural and systemic dimensions of the failure, how organizations process ambiguous information, how prior conclusions resist revision, how the machinery of government decision-making can produce outcomes that no individual intended, and toward the perspectives of participants who were not previously centered in the story. Japanese Americans, Pacific Islanders, the enlisted men of the harbor rather than its admirals. The National Park Service, which manages the Pearl Harbor National Memorial today as part of the World War II Valor in the Pacific National Monument, operates a visitor an educational program that handles more than 1.5 million visitors per year. The interpretive approach has evolved significantly since the memorial's early decades, incorporating Japanese perspectives and acknowledging the full complexity of the road to war rather than presenting a simple narrative of unprovoked aggression and American virtue. This evolution has not been without controversy. There have been periodic debates about how much historical context is appropriate at what is, for many visitors, primarily a site of mourning and remembrance. The tension between a memorial's function as a place of grief and its function as a place of historical education is one that every significant war memorial navigates, and Pearl Harbor navigates it in a context where the living memory of survivors is nearly gone, and the site must now carry the full weight of transmission to people for whom December 7th is entirely history. The oil that seeps from Arizona, the tears of the Arizona, in the phrase used by the Navy, is a physical fact that gives the memorial a living quality that purely stone and concrete memorials lack. The ship is still dying, very slowly, releasing its substance into the harbor water at a rate that is measurable and studied. The National Park Service's ongoing monitoring of the seepage assesses both the environmental impact and the rate at which Arizona's fuel bunkers are depleting. Estimates suggest the ship still holds approximately 500,000 gallons of heavy fuel oil, enough to continue seeping for centuries at the current rate, though structural deterioration of the hull accelerates the process unpredictably. The memorial will eventually need to decide how to address the structural condition of a hull that is more than a century old and continuing to decay. These are not abstract questions. They involve the remains of more than 900 men who are still there, and the decisions about how to manage the memorial site as the physical ship continues to deteriorate are decisions that involve dignity and history and practical engineering in proportions that are difficult to separate. The question of what Pearl Harbor means now, in the middle of the 21st century, with the last survivors nearly gone, with the geopolitical alignment of the world so thoroughly transformed that Japan and the United States are among the closest of allies, is one that does not have a single answer. It means different things to a 95-year-old survivor who was 17 years old when the bombs fell and has spent 78 years living with that mourning. It means something different to a Japanese student visiting the memorial for the first time. It means something different to a military historian analyzing the intelligence failures. It means something different to a descendant of a man whose name is on the Arizona wall. What these different meanings share is an encounter with the same physical place, the same date, the same list of names, and the understanding, which no amount of historical distance makes comfortable, that on a quiet Sunday morning in December, the world changed before breakfast, and some of the people who saw it change did not survive to see what the change eventually produced. Chapter 15. What Pearl Harbor Built. The Legacy of a Morning That Changed Everything. This is the chapter where the story of Pearl Harbor intersects with the world you live in now, not in a symbolic or metaphorical sense, in a direct, structural, traceable sense. The decisions made in the aftermath of the 7th of December, 1941, shaped American defense policy, American foreign policy, American global commitments, and American domestic life in ways that are still operating today, more than 80 years later. To understand the world as it currently exists, the architecture of alliances, the global projection of American naval power, the structure of the American intelligence community, you have to understand what Pearl Harbor broke and what it prompted the United States to build in the aftermath. The most immediate institutional legacy of Pearl Harbor was the transformation of the American intelligence community. The failure to integrate available signals intelligence into a coherent picture that adequately warned Pearl Harbor's commanders was not simply noted and regretted. It was studied systematically, and the conclusions drove structural changes. The Central Intelligence Agency, established by the National Security Act of 1947, was explicitly conceived in part as a solution to the interagency coordination failure that had contributed to the Pearl Harbor surprise. The idea of a central analytical body that would receive intelligence from multiple collection agencies, signals intelligence, human intelligence, diplomatic reporting, and integrate it into a unified national picture was a direct institutional response to what had gone wrong in November and December of 1941. The CIA's subsequent history is complicated, and its record is mixed in ways that have been extensively documented. But its founding logic was Pearl Harbor. The National Security Act of 1947 also created the position of Secretary of Defense, the Joint Chiefs of Staff as a formal statutory body, and the National Security Council. Each of these structures addressed specific coordination failures that the war, and particularly its opening, had exposed. The Joint Chiefs formalized the relationship between the Army Chief of Staff, the Chief of Naval Operations, the Air Force Chief of Staff, and the Commandant of the Marine Corps in a way that was designed to prevent the kind of inter-service miscommunication and parallel track planning that had characterized American military organization in 1941. The National Security Council was designed to ensure that the president had a formal mechanism for integrating diplomatic, military, and intelligence advice in a single deliberative body. Whether these structures fully solved the problems they were designed to solve is debatable. Every subsequent American intelligence failure has prompted a new round of analysis and reorganization, but the structures themselves trace their lineage directly to the lessons drawn from the 7th of December. The American military presence in the Pacific, which has been a continuous feature of the geopolitical landscape since 1945, is also a direct legacy of Pearl Harbor. Not simply in the sense that the war created the conditions for American bases across the Pacific, but in the deeper sense that Pearl Harbor taught a generation of American strategists that geographic distance from Asia was not a guarantee of security from Asian Pacific threats. The pre-war isolationist position had assumed that the Pacific Ocean was a moat wide enough to protect America from having to care about what happened in Asia. Pearl Harbor made that assumption permanently untenable. The American strategy of forward deployment, maintaining substantial military forces in Japan, South Korea, Guam, and Hawaii, with the Pacific Fleet as the largest naval force permanently at sea, is the institutional response to the lesson of December 7th. That threats do not wait for you to decide you are interested in them. The alliance between the United States and Japan, formalized in the Treaty of Mutual Cooperation and Security, first signed in 1951 and renewed in 1960, is perhaps the most historically remarkable consequence of Pearl Harbor, because it represents one of the most complete reversals of geopolitical alignment in modern history. The nation that launched the most destructive surprise attack in American naval history became, within a decade of the war's end, one of America's most important strategic partners. This transformation was not inevitable, and it was not without friction. The terms of the security treaty, the presence of American bases on Japanese soil, and the unresolved questions of Japanese war memory and accountability created tensions that have surfaced periodically throughout the alliance's history. But the alliance has endured for more than 70 years through significant geopolitical shifts, and it remains today a central pillar of American strategy in the Indo-Pacific region. The Pearl Harbor attack's influence on American naval doctrine was profound and long-lasting. The destruction of the battleship force and the survival of the carrier force, purely by accident of scheduling, confirmed the judgment of the air power advocates within the Navy, who had been arguing for years that the carrier, not the battleship, was the decisive instrument of modern naval warfare. The rapid development of carrier doctrine and carrier-centric task force organization during the Pacific War established a model that the American Navy has built on ever since. The Carrier Strike Group, a fleet carrier with its accompanying cruisers, destroyers, submarines, and supply vessels, is the basic organizational unit of American naval power today, projecting air power and deterrent presence across the Pacific and other ocean regions. Its lineage runs from the Kido Butai that struck Pearl Harbor through the lessons learned in adapting to and defeating that model, to the current configuration of American naval power. The Japanese Carrier Strike Group concept was adopted, adapted, and ultimately used against its originator. The economic mobilization triggered by Pearl Harbor transformed the American economy in ways whose effects extended well beyond the war years. The wartime industrial expansion, the conversion of automobile plants to tank and aircraft production, the construction of new shipyards and aluminum smelters and explosives factories, created productive infrastructure and industrial capacity that formed the foundation of the post-war American economic boom. The migration of workers to defense production centers, to the shipyards of the West Coast, the aircraft factories of Southern California, the steel mills of the Midwest running at full capacity, accelerated social changes that were already underway. The movement of African Americans from the South to northern industrial cities, the entry of women into industrial employment in numbers that had no peacetime precedent, the creation of new communities in previously undeveloped areas near defense plants. These demographic and social shifts, set in motion by the mobilization that Pearl Harbor catalyzed, shaped the American social geography of the second half of the 20th century in ways that are still visible. The veterans of the Pacific War, the men who had been at Pearl Harbor and had fought through the Solomons, the Central Pacific, the Philippines, and the final approaches to Japan, returned from the war to a country that had been transformed by their absence, the GI Bill of 1944, providing education benefits, low-interest home loans, and unemployment assistance to veterans, channeled those returning servicemen into a process of social mobility that created the American middle class of the 1950s in a form that would have been unrecognizable to the Depression-era generation that those same men had come from. A man who had been a Pearl Harbor survivor on the 7th of December 1941, perhaps the son of a farm laborer or a factory worker, might have attended college on the GI Bill, bought a house in a new suburb, started a business, and built a middle-class life that his father could not have imagined. The transformation from the America of 1941 to the America of 1955 was not automatic or inevitable. It was the product of specific policy choices made in the context of a specific war. Pearl Harbor was the starting gun for that transformation as much as it was for anything else. The 7th of December 1941 is now distant enough in time that it belongs fully to history rather than to living memory. The youngest person who could have been a conscious witness to the attack in Hawaii that morning would be in their late 80s at minimum. The Pearl Harbor Survivors Association officially disbanded in December 2013, when the surviving membership had declined to the point where maintaining the organization's activities was no longer practical. The men who carried personal memory of that morning, who could tell you what they heard and smelled and saw and felt in those specific minutes, are almost all gone now. What remains is the record they left. The official reports, the oral histories, the letters and diaries, the photographs and film footage, the memoirs, the testimony given to congressional committees, and historical projects and documentary cameras over the 8 decades since the attack. What remains is the physical place. The harbor, the memorial, the hull, the oil rising slowly to the surface and spreading in rainbow circles before the current takes it. What remains, also, is the obligation to keep telling the story accurately, not as comfort, not as mythology, not as political instrument, but as history. The history of Pearl Harbor is a story about what happens when strategic assumptions harden into blind spots, when institutional structures prevent the flow of critical information to the people who need it, when great powers stumble into catastrophic conflicts through a combination of miscalculation and determination to secure interests that cannot coexist. It is a story about the capacity of a society to absorb a devastating blow and respond with a productive and military energy that transforms the strategic situation. It is a story about the human beings, on both sides, who were caught inside historical forces larger than themselves and navigated those forces with whatever resources they had. Training, courage, luck, ingenuity, and in some cases, nothing at all. It is a story that does not have a simple moral. It has a complicated moral, which is the only kind that history actually offers. The simple version is always a warning sign, a signal that something important has been left out. If you have watched all 15 chapters of this documentary, you have spent several hours in the company of a story that has no clean ending and no single lesson. That is as it should be. History is not a lesson plan. It is an ongoing negotiation between the present and the past, an attempt to understand, imperfectly and incompletely, and always with the tools and biases of the present, what actually happened and why it matters. Pearl Harbor matters, not because it changed everything in a moment, though it did, but because the chain of events it set in motion reaches forward into the world you live in today in ways that are real and traceable and worth understanding. The harbor is still there. The oil is still rising. The names are still on the wall. We are still in the conversation they started. Thank you for watching. If this documentary gave you something worth keeping, please subscribe and share it with someone else who would value this kind of unhurried, thorough history. Leave a comment below. Tell us which chapter landed hardest for you, or which detail you had never encountered before. Your engagement is what makes the next project possible, and there are more stories like this one waiting to be told. Chapter 13, The Long War, Guadalcanal, the Solomons, and the Grinding Middle Distance. There is a particular quality to the middle years of a long war that is almost impossible to convey in the kind of clean narrative arc that memorials and anniversaries produce. The first chapter of a war has drama built into it. The shock, the mobilization, the early defeats and early recoveries. The final chapter has drama too. The collapse of the enemy, the surrender ceremony, the photographs of men weeping with relief in the streets. But the middle years are different. They are made of repetition, attrition, institutional learning under fire, and the slow accumulation of advantage through means that are difficult to photograph and nearly impossible to make cinematic. The Pacific War, between December of 1941 and June of 1944, was, in its deepest structure, a war of the middle distance, a sustained, grinding competition between two industrial and military systems, each trying to break the other faster than it was itself being broken. Pearl Harbor had started that competition. It had not determined its outcome. The outcome was determined in the islands and the waters and the skies of the South and Central Pacific, in campaigns that consumed hundreds of thousands of lives and produced victories whose strategic significance was sometimes not fully visible until years later. Guadalcanal is where the American military learned, in the most direct and costly way possible, what it actually meant to fight the Japanese military in its prepared positions. The 1st Marine Division, that landed on the 7th of August, 1942, was the best trained amphibious force the United States had yet deployed in the Pacific. and it was, by the standards of what would be required in subsequent campaigns, inadequately prepared for what it encountered. The Japanese garrison on Guadalcanal was initially small. The airfield construction crews were not a combat force, and the Marines seized Henderson Field quickly. But the Japanese response was immediate, determined, and sustained in ways that turned what was supposed to be a rapid strike into a 6-month campaign of extraordinary intensity. Japanese naval forces controlled the waters around Guadalcanal at night with a consistency that American surface forces spent months trying and failing to break. Running the Tokyo Express, the destroyer transport convoys that kept the Japanese Guadalcanal garrison supplied. Down the slot, the body of water between the two chains of the Solomon Islands, with a tactical proficiency that inflicted serious losses on American warships that attempted to intercept them. The naval battles around Guadalcanal between August and November of 1942 were among the most costly surface engagements the American Navy had fought since the First World War. And the losses came from a Japanese tactical advantage that Pearl Harbor's aftermath had not yet fully addressed. The Japanese Navy's long-lance torpedo, the Type 93 oxygen-fueled weapon with a range of roughly 40 kilometers at moderate speed, was superior to American torpedoes in range, speed, and reliability by margins that consistently surprised American commanders who were operating on pre-war intelligence assessments that had significantly underestimated Japanese torpedo capability. At the Battle of Savo Island on the 9th of August, 1942, less than 48 hours after the American landing, a Japanese surface force under Vice Admiral Chuichi Nagumo penetrated the sound between Guadalcanal and Tulagi at night and sank 4 Allied heavy cruisers in a 32-minute action that remains one of the most complete tactical defeats in American naval history. The American and Australian ships were caught unprepared, their radar advantages negated by a command system that had not yet developed the doctrine to use those advantages effectively in a night surface engagement. The Marine Corps ground campaign on Guadalcanal was simultaneously one of the most physically demanding in the war's Pacific theater. The combination of tropical jungle, endemic disease, supply shortages, and relentless Japanese counterattacks created conditions that tested American ground forces in ways that no training had fully anticipated. The Marines held Henderson Field through repeated Japanese ground assaults in October and November of 1942, sometimes against forces numerically larger than their own, in fighting conducted at close range through dense vegetation, where the technological advantages that American forces would increasingly exploit in more open terrain were of limited use. The soldiers and Marines who held Guadalcanal were the generation of young American men who had grown up in the Depression. Many of them had joined the military because the Depression had closed off other options, and they found themselves in the most physically and psychologically demanding environment imaginable, fighting an enemy who was often willing to accept casualties that American tactical doctrine could not have contemplated. The turning point at Guadalcanal came not in a single decisive battle, but in the cumulative resolution of the naval attrition campaign in November of 1942. The naval battle of Guadalcanal, fought over 3 days between the 12th and 15th of November, was a series of engagements that cost both sides heavily. American losses included 2 admirals killed and several cruisers and destroyers sunk, but ended with the effective failure of the Japanese attempt to land a force large enough to overrun Henderson Field. The Japanese battleship Hiei was disabled during the night action of the 12th to 13th of November, and subsequently sunk by American aircraft. The first Japanese battleship sunk in the war. The Japanese battleship Kirishima was sunk during the night action of the 14th to 15th of November by the American battleships Washington, and South Dakota, in a brief but decisive gun action that demonstrated American radar-directed gunnery had reached a level of capability sufficient to defeat Japanese surface forces even in the night conditions where Japan had held its tactical advantage. After November of 1942, the Japanese decision was made to evacuate Guadalcanal rather than continue pouring resources into a campaign that was now clearly unwinnable. The evacuation was completed in early February of 1943, and Guadalcanal was in American hands. The broader Solomons campaign that followed Guadalcanal, the progressive advance up the Solomon Islands chain through 1943, toward the major Japanese base at Rabaul on New Britain, was a campaign of sustained attritional warfare that consumed Japanese air power at rates the Japanese training pipeline could not replace. The New Georgia campaign, the Bougainville campaign, the repeated air battles over the Solomons, each of them ground down the quality and quantity of experienced Japanese aviators in ways that were strategically significant, even when the individual battles were tactically inconclusive. American naval aviation had been learning and improving since Pearl Harbor. The fighter direction systems on American carriers and cruisers, guided by radar and operated by specially trained officers in combat information centers, had developed into a capability that consistently imposed unsustainable loss rates on Japanese air attacks. The Zero, which had been operationally superior to American carrier fighters at Pearl Harbor, was by late 1943 being consistently defeated by the Grumman F-6F Hellcat, a fighter specifically designed around the lessons learned from encounters with the Zero, with more powerful engine, heavier construction, and self-sealing fuel tanks, trading some of the Zero's maneuverability for protection and firepower that the Zero's pilots could not match. The Central Pacific Campaign, launched in November of 1943, with the assault on Tarawa Atoll in the Gilbert Islands, opened the strategic axis that would eventually carry American forces to the Philippines and beyond. Tarawa was small. BTO Island, the main target, was less than 3 square kilometers, and it was held by approximately 4,800 Japanese naval infantry in one of the most densely fortified defensive positions of the Pacific War. The American assault on the 17th of November, 1943, resulted in 9,009 American dead in 76 hours of fighting, a casualty rate that shocked the American public, produced intense congressional and press criticism of the Marine Corps' assault tactics, and forced a comprehensive review of amphibious assault doctrine, naval gunfire preparation procedures, and the intelligence processes used to assess beach gradients and offshore obstacles. The lessons of Tarawa were absorbed with a speed that speaks to the institutional learning capacity of the American military in this period. Subsequent amphibious assaults incorporated longer and more systematic pre-landing bombardment, better reconnaissance, and improved landing craft techniques that reduced the vulnerability of assault troops during the critical beach approach phase. The Marshall Islands campaign in February of 1944 demonstrated how thoroughly those lessons had been incorporated. The assault on Kwajalein Atoll, the largest atoll in the world, holding the major Japanese base that was the hub of the Marshall Islands defense, was preceded by a naval gunfire preparation of unprecedented intensity and duration, and the assault itself was conducted with a tactical efficiency that stood in stark contrast to the costly confusion of Tarawa. American casualties at Kwajalein were a fraction of the losses at Tarawa, despite a similar quality and density of Japanese defensive fortification. The improvement was not accidental. It was the product of systematic analysis of failure and equally systematic implementation of revised doctrine, conducted under wartime pressure over less than 4 months. The American military's capacity to learn from its mistakes quickly was one of its most important strategic assets in the Pacific War, and it is an asset that had been in many ways forged in the shock of Pearl Harbor and the difficult months that followed. The logistics of the Central Pacific Campaign represent one of the most impressive and least celebrated dimensions of American war-making in the Pacific. The distances involved in projecting military force from Pearl Harbor across the Central Pacific to the assault beaches of the Marshall and Mariana Islands were enormous, measured in thousands of kilometers across open ocean, and the supply chains required to support both the assault forces and the subsequent garrisons on captured islands required an organized and logistical system of extraordinary scale and complexity. The mobile service squadron concept, floating logistic bases that could follow the fleet across the Pacific, refueling, rearming, and replenishing warships at sea without requiring a return to fixed shore bases, was one of the major American logistical innovations of the Central Pacific Campaign. It gave the American Fast Carrier Task Force an operational range and endurance that Japanese planners had not fully anticipated, allowing American carrier forces to operate continuously over areas of the Pacific that Japanese air defenses had assumed were beyond American striking range. The logistics were invisible in the newspaper coverage and the battle histories. They were the foundation on which everything else rested. By the end of 1943, the shape of the war's eventual outcome was visible to anyone willing to look at the comparative production numbers and the attrition rates with analytical honesty. Japan had lost carrier air groups at Midway that it could not replace with equivalent experience. It had lost experienced aviators in the Solomons at rates that the training pipeline could not offset. Its merchant shipping was being sunk by American submarines faster than it could be replaced. Its oil imports from the Dutch East Indies were declining. The defensive perimeter that had been established to buy time for Japan to consolidate and fortify was being penetrated at points Japan had believed secure. The 6 to 12 months of operational freedom that Yamamoto had promised had expired at Midway. The war, Yamamoto had said he could not guarantee winning, was in its second year, and the direction of the evidence was not ambiguous. The men fighting the grinding campaigns of Guadalcanal and the Solomons and the Central Pacific atolls did not necessarily see the strategic picture clearly from where they stood. They saw the next hill, the next beach, the next night action, but the strategic picture was there, built from the accumulation of all those hills and beaches and night actions, and it pointed in one direction. Pearl Harbor had started the clock. Guadalcanal and Tarawa and Kwajalein were the hours ticking past. Chapter 14, Fire from the Sky, the Air War, the B-29, and the Road to August 1945. The story of how the Pacific War ended is inseparable from the story of how it was fought in the air, and the story of how it was fought in the air begins at Pearl Harbor. Not because the air war over Japan's home islands grew directly from the attack on Pearl Harbor in any simple mechanical sense, but because Pearl Harbor's destruction of the American battleship force made the air war the central instrument of American offensive power in the Pacific in a way that pre-war doctrine had not fully anticipated. The battleships that had been sunk or damaged at Pearl Harbor were, in pre-war American naval planning, the instruments of the decisive fleet engagement that would, in the formal strategic concept Plan Orange, carry American naval power across the Pacific to relieve the Philippines and defeat Japan in a climactic gun battle. The destruction of those battleships did not destroy Plan Orange's underlying logic, but it forced the American Navy to find new instruments for projecting offensive power. And those instruments turned out to be carriers, submarines, and eventually long-range land-based aircraft operating from island bases captured in the Central Pacific Advance. The Boeing B-29 Super Fortress was the weapon around which American strategic air planning for the Pacific had been organized since the late 1930s, and it represented the most technically ambitious bomber development program in American aviation history to that point. The B-29 was designed to fly higher, faster, and farther than any previous American bomber, specifically to solve the problem that had plagued American planners since the 1930s, which was that Japan's home islands were simply too far from any existing or readily foreseeable American base to be reached by conventional bombers. The B-29's design incorporated pressurized crew compartments, a remote-controlled defensive gun system, and 4 of the most powerful aircraft engines then available, producing a combination of range and altitude performance that made it, in 1944, genuinely without parallel in operational service. Its development program was simultaneously one of the most expensive and most troubled in American aviation history. The engines were chronically unreliable. The airframe presented complex structural challenges, and the development was pushed to operational deployment before many of the technical problems had been fully resolved because the strategic need was urgent. American mechanics in the Central Pacific and in China spent enormous effort keeping B-29s operational under conditions that the aircraft's original design specifications had not contemplated. The first B-29 raids against Japan launched from the Mariana Islands, Saipan, Tinian, and Guam, captured in the summer of 1944 in the campaign that followed the Battle of the Philippine Sea, used the aircraft in the high-altitude precision bombing mode for which it had been designed. Results were deeply disappointing. Japan's industrial targets were often obscured by cloud cover at the high altitudes where the B-29s operated. The jet stream winds at high altitude over Japan, a meteorological phenomenon that American planners had not fully accounted for in their targeting calculations, made precision bombing from altitude essentially impossible in many operational conditions. The bombs fell wide. The industrial damage was limited. The operational loss rates from mechanical failures were high. The campaign was consuming resources and achieving little, and the commanding general of 20th Air Force, Haywood Hansel, was struggling to demonstrate the effectiveness of the precision strategic bombing doctrine to which he was professionally and intellectually committed. The replacement of Hansel's by Major General Curtis LeMay in January of 1945 represented a fundamental shift in American strategic air doctrine over Japan. A shift from precision high-altitude bombing to low-altitude incendiary attacks against Japanese cities. LeMay's analysis of the Japanese target set was direct and blunt. Japanese industry was not concentrated in large, identifiable factory complexes of the kind that precision bombing could efficiently target. It was dispersed through residential areas in small workshops and cottage industries. The housing stock of Japanese cities was overwhelmingly wood and paper construction. The logical implication was that area incendiary attacks, burning the residential and industrial fabric of Japanese cities together, would be more effective in destroying Japanese industrial capacity than precision attacks on specific factory buildings. This logic was strategically coherent and humanly catastrophic, and LeMay implemented it with the organizational efficiency that characterized his command style. The firebombing of Tokyo on the night of the 9th to 10th of March, 1945, was the single most destructive air raid in history by the measure of lives lost in a single night. 325 B-29s, flying at low altitude in darkness, dropped incendiary bombs across the Shitamachi Low City district of Tokyo, the densely packed residential and light industrial area east of the Imperial Palace. The resulting fires burned approximately 41 square kilometers of the city, killed somewhere between 80,000 and 100,000 people in a single night. The figures remain uncertain because of the difficulty of counting the dead in the aftermath, and left approximately 1 million people homeless. The raid was followed by incendiary attacks on Nagoya, Osaka, Kobe, and other major Japanese cities over the following nights. By the end of the strategic bombing campaign, more than 60 Japanese cities had been subjected to incendiary attacks, with a cumulative death toll that rivaled the atomic bomb casualties at Hiroshima and Nagasaki in its scale. The March raids are significantly less known in the West than the atomic bombings, partly because they preceded the bomb, and partly because the weapon, conventional incendiaries rather than a single spectacular device, is less cinematically singular. The atomic bombings of Hiroshima on the 6th of August and Nagasaki on the 9th of August, 1945, were, in terms of their immediate physical mechanism, an extension of the incendiary bombing campaign, a means of delivering catastrophic urban destruction with a single aircraft, bypassing the defenses that had been organized around the assumption of large bomber formations. The decision to use the atomic bombs has been one of the most extensively debated in American historiography, with arguments about necessity, alternatives, racial dimensions, and the role of Soviet entry into the Pacific War on the 8th of August, all generating serious scholarly literature. The debate is too large and too complex to do justice to in this chapter, and it belongs more properly to a documentary specifically about the Pacific War's final phase. What is relevant here is the connection back to Pearl Harbor, the atomic bomb project, the Manhattan Project, formally authorized in August of 1942, was itself a product of the wartime mobilization that Pearl Harbor had catalyzed. The resources committed to the Manhattan Project, the industrial facilities at Oak Ridge, Tennessee, and Hanford, Washington, the research laboratories at Los Alamos, the network of support facilities across the country, were only available because the American economy had been converted to war production on the scale that Pearl Harbor had made politically possible. The Japanese surrender, announced by Emperor Hirohito in a radio broadcast on the 15th of August, 1945, and formalized in the surrender ceremony aboard the battleship Missouri in Tokyo Bay on the 2nd of September, brought to an end a war that had killed somewhere between 70 and 85 million people worldwide. The estimates vary because of the difficulty of counting civilian deaths in occupied territories. Famine deaths attributable to the disruption of agricultural systems, and deaths from disease in prisoner of war camps and occupied areas. The Pacific War component of that total included approximately 3 million Japanese military and civilian deaths, several million Chinese deaths attributable to the ongoing Japan-China conflict, hundreds of thousands of deaths across Southeast Asia, and more than 111,000 American military deaths in the Pacific Theater. The surrender ceremony on Missouri was designed with deliberate symbolism. Missouri, a battleship commissioned in 1944, represented the class of warships that had been designed to replace the battleships sunk or damaged at Pearl Harbor. Missouri was present at the end of a war that Pearl Harbor had opened. The symbolism was noted at the time and has been noted by historians ever since. The occupation of Japan that followed the surrender, under General Douglas MacArthur's Supreme Commander Allied Powers Authority, was one of the most consequential episodes of American engagement with another country in the 20th century, and its success, by the measure of the democratic, peaceful, economically dynamic Japan that emerged from the occupation, is still a matter of genuine historical debate about causes and credit. MacArthur's occupation reforms, the new constitution, the land reform, the dissolution of the Zaibatsu industrial conglomerates, the war crimes trials, fundamentally reshaped Japanese society and politics, in ways that were, in their long-term effects, more thorough than anything the war itself had directly imposed. The connection to Pearl Harbor is this. The occupation was only possible because the war had ended in unconditional surrender, and the unconditional surrender was possible because the American strategy had destroyed Japan's capacity to continue fighting, rather than simply defeating it in a single decisive battle. The comprehensive destruction of Japanese naval power, merchant shipping, air forces, and industrial capacity. The strategy that ran from Pearl Harbor through Midway, through the submarine campaign, through the B-29 offensive, produced the conditions for unconditional surrender that a more limited victory would not have created. The Allied war crimes trials that followed the Japanese surrender, both the International Military Tribunal for the Far East in Tokyo, running from 1946 to 1948, and the various service tribunals, grappled with questions of command, responsibility, and criminal accountability for the conduct of the war and its associated atrocities that have never been fully resolved to universal satisfaction. The Tokyo trials were modelled on the Nuremberg Tribunal, but they operated in a political context shaped by the American occupation's need to maintain a workable relationship with the Japanese government, and the decision made by MacArthur to exempt Emperor Hirohito from prosecution, a decision that allowed the occupation to proceed without the political crisis that prosecuting the emperor would have created, but that also left unresolved the fundamental question of where ultimate responsibility for the war lay. The Pearl Harbor attack, which occupied a specific place in the trial's charged structure as an act of aggression and a violation of the rules of war regarding declarations of war, was addressed in the tribunal's findings. But the legal accounting for Pearl Harbor, like the political and historical accounting, was never quite final. It pointed toward conclusions, and then stopped short of fully reaching them. The world that emerged from the Pacific War was organized around a set of principles and institutions: the United Nations, the Bretton Woods financial system, the network of American military alliances in the Pacific, that were designed explicitly to prevent the conditions that had led to Pearl Harbor and to the war it opened. The architects of the post-war order drew directly on the failure modes they had identified in the pre-war period. The absence of collective security mechanisms, the lack of international economic institutions capable of managing trade and currency disputes peacefully, the inadequacy of diplomatic frameworks for resolving great power competition over resources and territory. Whether the institutions built after 1945 have successfully addressed those failure modes, or whether they have simply displaced the vulnerabilities to different locations and different forms, is one of the central questions of contemporary international relations. What is certain is that the architects of those institutions were thinking, consciously and explicitly, about Pearl Harbor and what it represented, about the cost of the world that existed before the 7th of December, 1941, and the imperative of building something different from its ashes. Chapter 15, The Memorial and the Memory. How a harbor became a wound that history still tends. The white concrete structure that spans the sunken hull of USS Arizona in Pearl Harbor is one of the most visited memorial sites in the United States, drawing more than 1.5 million visitors each year from every country in the world. It is a short boat ride from the shore. The memorial does not touch the water, it spans it, and the experience of arriving at it by boat, over the harbor water that still holds the hull of the ship and the remains of her crew, is deliberately disorienting in a way that more easily accessible memorials are not. You are aware, when you stand on the memorial's observation deck and look down through the water at the dark form of the hull below, that you are standing above something that still holds its dead, This is not a place where the remains of the fallen have been moved to a cemetery. At a respectful distance, the memorial is built over the tomb. The dead are still there. The oil still rises. The connection between the living visitor and the dead has not been abstracted by the passage of time or the conventions of memorial practice. It is immediate and physical and real. Architect Alfred Price, who designed the memorial that was dedicated in May of 1962, was himself a remarkable figure in the Pearl Harbor story, in a way that is not always acknowledged in the memorial's interpretive materials. Price was born in Vienna in 1903 and came to Hawaii in the 1930s as an architect. After Pearl Harbor, he was briefly interned as a potential security risk. He was Austrian-born, and Austria had been absorbed into the German Reich, making him technically an enemy alien under the war's emergency security classifications. He was released, continued his architectural career in Hawaii, and eventually won the commission for the Arizona Memorial. His design, the structure that sags at its center and rises at both ends, with the central well open to the sky and to the harbor water, was described by Price himself, in the language of arc rather than collapse. The central sagging represents initial defeat. The rising ends represent ultimate victory. The harbor light comes in through the open slats along the memorial's roofline, alternating bands of shadow and illumination that shift across the day. Whether you read the design as elegiac or defiant depends on where you stand and what time you visit. The names on the wall of the memorial's shrine room, the 7 marble panels inscribed with the names of the men who died aboard Arizona and were not recovered, represent one of the memorial's most immediate and sustained encounters with individual loss. The panels list more than 900 names in alphabetical order by rank and rate, without biographical information, without ages, without the hometowns that would make them specific and individual in the way that memorial registers often do. The stripped-down alphabetical listing has its own particular emotional effect. It turns individual deaths into a pattern, and the pattern, this many names, in these small letters, on these panels, above this hull, communicates the scale of the loss in a way that individual biography sometimes cannot. Memorial scholars have written about the specific affective experience of war memorials that list names, and the Arizona Wall is one of the primary American examples of the form, along with the Vietnam Veterans Memorial in Washington. The question of how Pearl Harbor has been remembered differently across the decades since the attack is one of the more instructive exercises in what historians call memory studies. The analysis of how societies construct and revise their understanding of past events. The immediate post-war memory was relatively unified around the narrative of treacherous attack, righteous response, and ultimate victory. This narrative was politically useful. It sustained the wartime unity and provided a clear moral framework, but it required suppressing or minimizing several elements of the full story. The complexity of the road to war, the intelligence failures in Washington, the internment of Japanese Americans, the moral dimensions of the strategic bombing campaign. These suppressed elements did not disappear. They re-emerged gradually as the political urgency of the wartime narrative faded and as successive generations of historians gained access to documents that had been classified and brought interpretive frameworks that the immediate post-war generation had not possessed. The revisionist wave that challenged the dominant Pearl Harbor narrative from the 1960s onward was not monolithic, and it was not all of equal quality. The conspiracy literature, the claim that Roosevelt had foreknowledge of the attack and deliberately allowed it to happen, mixed genuine documentary evidence of intelligence failures with speculative leaps that the evidence did not support. The scholarly revisionism was more careful and more constructive. It documented the complexity of Japanese-American relations before the war, the context of the oil embargo, the role of American policy in the dynamics leading to the attack, without reducing Japanese decision-making to a reaction to American provocation. The best of this scholarship expanded the story's frame of reference, making Pearl Harbor more complex rather than simply reversing its moral polarity. The worst of it generated a popular literature that confused complexity with exculpation. The idea that because American policy contributed to the circumstances of the attack itself was somehow justified or expected. That is not a conclusion the historical evidence supports, and it is not a conclusion that serious historians have advanced. The 60th anniversary in December 2001 arrived in the context created by the September 11th attacks 3 months earlier. The juxtaposition shaped the anniversary's coverage in ways that were sometimes illuminating and sometimes reductive. The genuine parallels: a surprise attack, mass civilian casualties, immediate political mobilization for war, rapid dismantling of privacy and civil liberties in the name of security, were real and worth examining. The disanalogies, the nature of the actors, the geopolitical contexts, the military responses available, the relationship between the attacks and the wars that followed, were equally real and equally worth examining. What the juxtaposition revealed, perhaps most usefully, was that the memory of Pearl Harbor had by 2001 become sufficiently institutionalized that it functioned as a reference point rather than a living experience, a template onto which subsequent events could be mapped with varying degrees of accuracy. When an event becomes a template, it tends to lose the specific texture of what it actually was. One of the purposes of a documentary like this one is to restore some of that texture. The Japanese governmental engagement with Pearl Harbor's memory has been a careful and evolving process shaped by the specific constraints of post-war Japanese domestic politics. The question of how Japan officially characterizes its wartime conduct, and specifically the Pearl Harbor attack, has been bound up with domestic political debates about constitutional revision, the self-defense forces' role, and the interpretation of Japan's post-war peace constitution in ways that make simple characterizations unreliable. Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe's visit to the Arizona Memorial in December 2016 was the product of diplomatic preparation that had been underway for years, and the specific language of his remarks, "We must never repeat the horrors of war," combined with expressions of condolence for the Pearl Harbor dead, was calibrated to be both historically meaningful and politically sustainable within Japan's domestic political context. President Obama's reciprocal visit to Hiroshima in May of 2016, ahead of Abe's Pearl Harbor visit, had established the framework of mutual acknowledgement without explicit apology that both governments found manageable. Whether this framework adequately addresses the full historical accounting is a question that historians and the families of the dead hold different answers to. The Pearl Harbor National Memorial today operates within a broader commemorative landscape that includes the Pacific Aviation's Museum on Ford Island, the Submarine Bowfin Memorial, the USS Missouri Battleship Memorial in the harbor, and the interpretive center maintained by the National Park Service. The complex as a whole now offers several hours of engagement with the full arc of the Pacific War, from the causes of the attack through the Japanese surrender ceremony on Missouri's deck. The interpretive approach across these sites reflects decades of evolution in public history practice, moving from a heroic narrative centered on American valor and victory toward a more contextual account that acknowledges complexity, incorporates multiple perspectives, and attempts to be honest about the war's full human cost on all sides. This evolution has been gradual and not without controversy. Veterans and their families have not always welcomed interpretive approaches, that they experience as insufficiently honoring the sacrifice of those who fought and died. The tension between commemoration and critical history is not unique to Pearl Harbor, but it is particularly acute at a site where the dead are literally still present. The oil that continues to rise from Arizona's hull, perhaps 1 to 9 quarts per day, according to National Park Service monitoring data, is one of the more remarkable physical facts about the memorial site. And its management presents the Park Service with a genuinely novel conservation challenge. The ship still holds what is estimated to be approximately 500,000 gallons of heavy fuel oil in her bunkers, stored there since the 1930s and 40s. The oil is slowly escaping through the deteriorating hull plates as the metal continues to corrode over decades of immersion. Environmental assessments have concluded that the current rate of seepage does not pose a significant ecological risk to the harbour, but the rate is expected to increase as the hull's structural integrity continues to decline. Proposals for removing the oil from the ship, which would involve drilling into the hull and pumping out the bunkers, have been evaluated and consistently deferred, partly because of the engineering complexity of the operation, and partly because of the profound reluctance to disturb a site that holds the remains of more than 900 men. The resolution of this conservation dilemma, when it eventually comes, will itself be a moment in Pearl Harbor's ongoing history. The generational transmission of Pearl Harbor's memory. The process by which a lived experience becomes historical knowledge for those who did not live it is now fully underway in a form that the surviving veterans who attended anniversary ceremonies in the 1980s and 90s would recognize as different from what they experienced. The elementary school student who visits the Arizona Memorial today is receiving Pearl Harbor as history in the same way that a student in the 1950s received Gettysburg as history, through documents, through monuments, through the testimony of other people who were there. The chain of transmission is longer now. The emotional register is different. This does not make the history less real or less important. It makes the quality of the historical account more important. Because when living memory is gone, what shapes understanding is the record that historians and educators and documentary makers have built in its place. The obligation to build that record carefully, accurately, and with full respect for the complexity of what actually happened is one that this documentary has attempted to honor across every chapter. Whether it has succeeded is a judgment that belongs to the viewer. Chapter 16, The Pacific After the War. What the islands became. The Pacific War left behind a physical landscape that is difficult to fully imagine from the remove of 8 decades. Across thousands of islands, from the Aleutians to the Solomons, from the Marianas to the Philippines, the war had deposited the material residue of industrial-scale conflict. Wrecked aircraft in jungle clearings, sunken ships in harbor approaches and deep water channels, bunker complexes carved into coral and volcanic rock, ammunition dumps rusting in tropical humidity, landing craft half buried in beach sand. The men who fought over these islands had, in many cases, transformed them beyond recognition in months or years of construction, bombardment, and ground combat. The islands themselves, Tarawa, Peleliu, Saipan, Iwo Jima, Okinawa, had been inhabited places before the war, with populations and agricultural systems and social structures that had been disrupted, displaced, or destroyed by the combat. The post-war Pacific was not simply a cleared battlefield. It was a set of human communities that had survived something extraordinary and had to figure out what came next. The indigenous populations of the Pacific Islands, caught in the war's path, experienced the conflict in ways that the military histories centered on American and Japanese operations only partially acknowledge. The Chamorros of Guam, who were American nationals when the Japanese occupied the island in December of 1941, spent 31 months under a Japanese occupation that subjected them to forced labor, displacement, and systematic mistreatment that included mass executions in the final weeks before the American liberation in July and August of 1944. Their experience, caught between two imperial powers whose conflict had nothing to do with anything the Chamorro people had chosen or created, is a dimension of the Pearl Harbor story in its largest sense. Because Pearl Harbor set in motion the Pacific War that consumed their island, their homes, and several thousand of their people. The post-war recognition of the Chamorro experience under Japanese occupation was slow and inadequate by most measures, a pattern that repeated itself across multiple Pacific Island communities whose wartime suffering was acknowledged only at the margins of the dominant American and Japanese narratives. The economic transformation of the post-war Pacific was shaped in large part by the infrastructure that the American military built during the war. The airfields, roads, ports, and military installations constructed across the Pacific Island chains at enormous cost and effort during the war years created a physical infrastructure that became the foundation of post-war development on islands that had previously been connected to the global economy only through the colonial trade networks of European powers. Guam and the Northern Mariana Islands, the Marshall Islands, the Federated States of Micronesia. All of these territories entered the post-war period with physical infrastructure far beyond what their pre-war populations had possessed, but also with the disruptions, displacements, and demographic losses that the war had imposed. The relationship between the United States and these island territories, as trust territories, as freely associated states, was shaped by the wartime American presence and has continued to generate debates about sovereignty, compensation, and the long-term consequences of military basing in island communities. Japan's post-war economic recovery and eventual emergence as the world's second-largest economy through much of the late 20th century is one of the most remarkable national recoveries in modern history, and its relationship to the Pacific War, and by extension to Pearl Harbor, is worth examining carefully. The conventional narrative of the Japanese economic miracle attributes it to a combination of American occupation reforms, Japanese cultural factors emphasizing education and group cohesion, the Korean War-era demand for Japanese manufactured goods, and the particular industrial policies pursued by the Japanese government through the Ministry of International Trade and Industry. This narrative is broadly accurate but somewhat incomplete. It underweights the degree to which the American strategic decision to rebuild Japan as a democratic capitalist partner in Asia, a decision made possible by the unconditional surrender that the war's prosecution had produced, created the political and economic framework within which the recovery occurred. The Japan that rebuilt itself into an economic powerhouse after 1945 did so within a security arrangement. The American alliance, the American nuclear umbrella, the American market access that the war and its particular ending had made available. The environmental legacy of the Pacific War is a subject that has gained significant scholarly and policy attention in recent decades, as the full scope of the war's material residue has been assessed. Unexploded ordnance, bombs, shells, grenades, mines, remains present on and around numerous Pacific islands, presenting ongoing safety risks to local populations and to the construction and agricultural activities that economic development requires. Sunken ships carrying fuel oil and munitions lie in harbor approaches and shallow coastal waters across the Pacific Theater, presenting potential environmental hazards as their hulls corrode. The chemical weapons that were stockpiled at various Pacific locations during the war, and in some cases dumped at sea, after the war's end, are an environmental concern in several areas. The assessment and remediation of these wartime environmental legacies is a slow, expensive, and technically demanding process that will continue for decades. Funded by a combination of American military environmental programs, Japanese government contributions, and the limited resources of the island nations and territories involved. The Korean War, which began in June of 1950 and is directly relevant to the Pearl Harbor story's legacy, grew from a geopolitical environment that the Pacific War had created. The division of Korea at the 38th parallel, agreed as an administrative convenience by the United States and the Soviet Union in the final days of the Pacific War, became permanent when the post-war political settlement failed to produce a unified Korean government. The American commitment to the defense of South Korea in June of 1950, the decision to intervene under United Nations authority when North Korean forces crossed the 38th parallel, was shaped by the lessons that American strategists had drawn from Pearl Harbor and from the general principle that aggression left uncontested tends to generate more aggression. The Korean War's relationship to Pearl Harbor is conceptual rather than operational, but it is real. The political and military framework within which the Korean intervention was decided was constructed from the institutional lessons of the Second World War, and Pearl Harbor was among the most formative of those lessons. The Vietnam War's connection to Pearl Harbor's legacy is similarly conceptual but real, and it operates through a different channel: the credibility doctrine that shaped American Cold War strategy. The idea that American commitments, once made, had to be honored regardless of their strategic merit, because the credibility of all American commitments depended on the demonstration that each specific commitment would be honored, drew on the Pearl Harbor lesson that apparent weakness or disengagement invited aggression. This doctrine, elaborated through the Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, and Johnson administrations, in the context of Cold War competition with the Soviet Union and China, contributed to the progressive escalation of American involvement in Vietnam in ways that its architects understood as consistent with the lessons of 1941. Whether those lessons were correctly applied to the Vietnam context is one of the most debated questions in American strategic history, and the consensus of that debate is broadly that they were not, that the Pearl Harbor analogy misled more than it guided in the Southeast Asian context. The lesson of Pearl Harbor, misapplied, contributed to a different catastrophe. This is one of the ways that history's lessons work in practice, not as clear instructions, but as analogies that can illuminate or mislead, depending on how carefully their limits are understood. The 50th anniversary observances in December of 1991 brought together, for the first time in a formal and organized way, both American Pearl Harbor survivors and Japanese veterans of the attack. Men who had been on opposite sides of that morning and had lived the subsequent 50 years in countries that had become allies and economic partners. The encounters between American survivors and Japanese veterans at these observances were, by most accounts, genuinely moving and genuinely complicated, charged with emotions that decades of diplomatic normality had not fully dissolved. Several Japanese veterans who attended spoke about the specific personal weight they had carried since the attack. Several American survivors described meetings with Japanese counterparts in terms that expressed both the difficulty and the necessity of the encounter. These meetings did not resolve the historical questions or settle the moral accounts. They were gestures toward human reconciliation in the presence of an event that human reconciliation cannot undo. That is what they could offer, and that is what they offered. The generation of historians who have written about Pearl Harbor in the 21st century have had access to archival resources. Declassified American and Japanese documents digitized records, oral history collections assembled over decades, that allow a level of analytical precision that earlier generations of scholars did not possess. The best of this recent scholarship has moved the field forward in ways that the popular memory of Pearl Harbor has not yet fully incorporated. The structural analysis of intelligence failure, the recovery of previously marginalized perspectives, the comparative examination of Japanese decision-making using Japanese language archives. These are contributions that deserve to inform not just academic history, but the public understanding of what Pearl Harbor was and what it means. The gap between academic historical knowledge and popular understanding of Pearl Harbor is one of the reasons that documentaries like this one exist, not to replace the scholarship, but to translate it, to carry the specific weight of the research into a form that the visitor standing above Arizona's hull or the viewer watching at midnight can absorb and keep. Chapter 17. What we carry forward. The lessons that Pearl Harbor keeps teaching. Every generation rewrites Pearl Harbor, and every generation is right to do so. Not because the facts change, but because the questions that a particular moment in history needs to ask of the past are different from the questions that earlier moments required. The generation that lived through the attack and then the war needed Pearl Harbor to be a story of endurance and response. A story that justified the sacrifices being asked and promised that those sacrifices would be meaningful. The post-war generation needed Pearl Harbor to be a cautionary tale about military preparedness and the dangers of isolationism. The generation, shaped by the Cold War, needed Pearl Harbor to be a lesson about credibility and deterrence, and the cost of appearing weak. Each of these needs was real, and each produced a reading of the Pearl Harbor story that was genuine but partial, that illuminated some dimensions of the event while leaving others in shadow. What the 21st century needs from Pearl Harbor is harder to name and maybe harder to hear. A story about the limits of strategic rationality, the costs of great power competition, and the particular human suffering that occurs when political and military systems generate catastrophic outcomes that none of the individual decision-makers fully intended or foresaw. The intelligence failure at Pearl Harbor remains the most studied, and in some ways, the most instructive dimension of the attack for contemporary strategic thinking, and not primarily because of what it tells us about 1941. It is instructive because the specific failure mode, the inability to integrate information from multiple sources across institutional boundaries, the hardening of analytical assumptions into filters that screen out contradictory evidence, the gap between what the intelligence community knows and what the operational commands receive, is not a problem that was solved by the institutional reforms of 1947. The same basic failure mode has recurred in American intelligence history, with a consistency that suggests it is not an organizational accident, but a structural feature of how large bureaucratic institutions process uncertain information under time pressure. The 9/11 Commission report of 2004 documented failure modes that were structurally similar to those identified by the Pearl Harbor investigations 60 years earlier. The names of the agencies had changed. The communications technologies had changed. The underlying problem, the difficulty of integrating distributed knowledge into timely and accurate analytical conclusions, had not been solved. This is one of the most important things Pearl Harbor can teach, and it is one of the least comfortable things to hear, because it means that the lesson has not been learned in any final sense, and may not be learnable in any final sense. The Japanese decision to attack Pearl Harbor was, in the terms that the decision makers themselves used, a rational response to a strategic situation that they assessed as offering no acceptable alternative. This claim requires careful examination rather than simple acceptance or rejection. Japan's leadership in 1941 faced a genuine strategic dilemma. The American oil embargo, combined with the freezing of Japanese assets in the United States in July of 1941, had effectively cut off Japan's access to the oil it needed to sustain both its military operations in China and its naval power in the Pacific. The choice, as Japanese planners framed it, was between accepting American terms, which included withdrawal from China, a demand that the military-dominated government considered politically and institutionally impossible, and seizing the resource territories in Southeast Asia that would break the dependency on American oil. Given that framing, the attack on Pearl Harbor was the logical accompanying operation, a blow against the American naval force that could otherwise interfere with the Southeast Asian seizures, while Japan consolidated its new resource base. The rationality of this logic was internal and conditional. It was rational given the goals Japan had set and the constraints it had accepted. Whether those goals and those constraints were themselves rational is a different question. And the answer to that question is no. Japan's decision to commit to the conquest of China, and then to treat that conquest as a non-negotiable foundation of any political settlement, was the decision that made everything else nearly inevitable. Pearl Harbor was not the cause of the Pacific War. It was the symptom of a strategic commitment that had been made years earlier, and that Japan's political and military leadership found impossible to walk back. The moral dimension of Pearl Harbor, the question of what it was right and wrong to do, by both Japan and the United States, in the events leading up to and following the attack, is one that historians are sometimes reluctant to engage directly, preferring the apparent safety of descriptive analysis to the exposed terrain of moral judgment. That reluctance is understandable, but ultimately unsatisfying, because the people who lived through these events made moral judgments constantly, and the record they left is full of moral argument. The Japanese military's conduct of the China War, which included systematic atrocities against civilian populations, was not morally neutral even by the standards of international law, as it existed in the 1930s and 40s. The American oil embargo was a coercive economic instrument designed to force a change in Japanese behavior, and while it was a response to Japanese aggression, its implementation created the conditions for a military confrontation in ways that American policymakers did not fully analyze or plan for. The internment of Japanese Americans was a domestic injustice, without legitimate military justification. The firebombing of Japanese cities was, by any honest moral reckoning, a policy that killed hundreds of thousands of civilians for strategic ends. And the moral weight of that policy is not dissolved by the fact that the war it was intended to end had been started by Japan. These moral complexities are not comfortable to hold simultaneously, and the temptation is always to resolve them by selecting one and building a simple narrative around it. Resisting that temptation is the work of serious historical engagement. The physical transformation of Pearl Harbor as a military installation in the decades since the war reflects both the continuing strategic importance of Hawaii as a Pacific hub and the evolution of American naval power away from the surface gun platforms that Battleship Row represented toward the nuclear submarines, carrier strike groups, and expeditionary capabilities that define the contemporary fleet. Pearl Harbor Naval Station today is home to submarine forces, surface warfare commands, and the Pacific Fleet headquarters that traces its organizational lineage directly to the command that Husband Kimmel led on the morning of the 7th of December, 1941. The ships based there now, nuclear-powered attack submarines capable of operating for months without surfacing, Aegis cruisers and destroyers with radar and missile systems that bear essentially no technological relationship to the anti-aircraft guns that were locked away on the morning of the attack. are the products of a continuous line of naval development that Pearl Harbor's destruction and the war it opened set in motion. The harbor that was attacked in 1941 and the harbor that exists today are the same body of water, with the same mountains behind them and the same trade winds over them. Almost everything else has changed. The families of Pearl Harbor's dead have maintained their connection to the memorial and to the history through a combination of formal organizational involvement and private acts of remembrance that the National Park Service has carefully documented over the decades. The practice of scattering the cremated remains of Pearl Harbor survivors in the water above Arizona, a practice permitted for crew members who specifically request it, allowing them to be reunited with their shipmates, gives the memorial a continuing relationship with the living and the recently dead that most historical sites do not possess. As of the time of this documentary's production, several dozen Arizona survivors have had their remains interred in this way, their ashes sinking past the memorial's hull and settling near the ship that defined their lives. The last such interments will occur within the next decade, as the final members of that generation pass. After that, the memorial will hold only those who died in the attack and those who chose to join them. The community of the living will be gone from the site entirely, and what remains will be purely historical in a way that it is not quite yet. The question of why Pearl Harbor still matters. Why a harbor attack that occurred more than 80 years ago in a war whose major participants have been at peace and in alliance for most of the intervening decades still commands the documentary attention and the memorial visitation, and the historical debate that it does is one that deserves a direct answer. Pearl Harbor still matters because it is one of the clearest illustrations in modern history of the consequences of strategic miscalculation at scale, of what happens when great powers, for combinations of rational and irrational reasons, stumble into catastrophic conflict through a series of individually comprehensible steps that collectively lead somewhere that none of the actors fully intended to go. It matters because the intelligence failure it exposed is a failure mode that modern institutions have not fully solved and may not be able to fully solve. It matters because the questions it raises about the relationship between economic pressure and military response, between imperial ambition and national security, between domestic political constraint and strategic flexibility, are questions that have not become historical in the sense of belonging only to the past. They are live questions, active in contemporary great power relationships, available to be mishandled in ways that produce contemporary catastrophes. Pearl Harbor is not a warning from the past. It is a mirror. The men who died at Pearl Harbor on the 7th of December, 1941, all 2,403 of them, across the ships and airfields and shore installations of the harbor complex, were not symbols or abstractions when they were alive. They were 20-year-old farm kids and 35-year-old career petty officers and enlisted men from every background and every region of a large and diverse country, doing a job on a Sunday morning in a place most of them had not chosen to be. They had names which are preserved in the National Archives and on the memorial panels and in the genealogical records of their families. They had faces which appear in the photographs taken at enlistment and in the informal snapshots from liberty ports and deck parties. They had futures that were taken from them in the space of a few minutes by a decision made in Tokyo that they had nothing to do with and no way to have anticipated. The scale of what happened to them is one kind of tragedy. The individuality of each of them, the specific person with a specific life cut short on a specific morning, is another kind of tragedy. And it is the kind that gets lost most easily in the machinery of historical narration. Keeping it from getting lost entirely is the most important obligation this documentary has tried to honor. This has been the complete history of Pearl Harbor, the full naval story, from the structural causes of the Pacific War, through the attack itself, the salvage and recovery, the 6 months of Japanese expansion, the turning point at Midway, the grinding middle years, the air war and the atomic bombings, the surrender and occupation, and the decades of memorial practice and historical debate that have carried the event forward to the present day. 15 chapters, several hours of narration, and a story that is still not fully finished, because the history it produced is still unfolding in the institutions and alliances and strategic frameworks of the contemporary world. If you have stayed with this documentary through all 15 chapters, you have done something that this kind of history rewards in ways that shorter treatments cannot. You have spent enough time with the story to understand it in its full dimensions, to feel the weight of its complexity, to resist the simplifications that shorter accounts require. That is the point of a documentary like this one. History at full length is different from history in summary. It is harder, and it is slower, and it is worth it. Thank you for watching the complete history of Pearl Harbor. If this documentary gave you something of value, a detail you did not know, a connection you had not made, a sense of the full human weight of what happened in that harbor on that morning, please subscribe to this channel and share this video with someone who would value the same experience. Leave a comment below telling us which chapter carried the most weight for you, or which figure in the story you found yourself thinking about long after the narration moved on. Your engagement makes the next documentary possible, and the next story deserves the same care and depth as this one. We will be here.